Welcome, everybody. Hopefully everything is working. As you can see, I got a 3DS capture setup here, and I'm pretty excited about it. We're going to give it a shot. I don't know what's happening right now. It just... Did I hit a button by accident? I think I might have. Anyway, super excited. We're going to talk about some interesting stuff in just a second. I just want to pop out the chats so that I can see what's going on and everything. Pop out chat, pop out chat. Okay, sweet. Well, let's talk about what we're going to hit, shall we? I want to hit some Jehovah's Witness stuff. There's like some, there's a convention that just took place. I think my stream is behind on YouTube because I'm watching it and it literally just now popped up my face. That's really odd. Whatever. Welcome, Pepper Roberts. Okay. So, okay, I think I hit a button by accident and might have froze the 3DS. Please don't do this to me. You can do it, little 3DS. I believe in you. Nah, I've been working with it, and it's been working really well this whole time, so... There we go. Okay. Well, let's pop this puppy up, shall we? And let's talk about something interesting. You know what I've been working on lately? I've been working on voice cloning. It's really cool. I can't show you any, like, prominent examples of what I've been doing because... It's copyrighted, copyrighted music and voices and everything. But I've been doing some really cool stuff. I can clone Elon Musk's voice, Donald Trump's voice, my voice, whatever. It's like you have to have somebody saying the original thing. So it's not like I could have just clone my voice and have it read my book or something, because that's not how it works. I'm not paying any attention. I got to pay attention to what I'm doing here on the game. Okay, there we go. I would have to read my whole book to clone my voice and read my book for me. I mean, I already have the book read and everything, so it doesn't really matter, but if I sat here at a microphone and I said whatever, just literally anything at all, I could change the voice to be Joe Biden saying it, or Donald Trump, or Elon Musk, or whoever. Flawlessly. It's flawless. It's absolutely nuts. So anyway, yeah, it's RVC, and I installed the model like on my computer locally and everything. It's really, really complex, so pretty cool stuff. Anyway, let's talk about this. Welcome from South Australia. Alrighty, boomers being fools. I actually have a bunch of stuff here I wanted to pull up, see if I can find it. Oh yeah, the Duck Dynasty guy died. You guys hear about that one? There's a bunch of stuff that I could cover. I'm going to wait to cover some of this. I'm just looking through for like any... Here, wait, what's this? Oh yeah, check this out. This is something that I... Hold on, I got to find the right one. Is this it? Wait, I can't hear it. Hold on. God damn it. Jesus fucking Christ. Now I closed the 3DS and everything. Okay. Thunder rumbled overhead as the storm intensified. Oh. Yeah, this is AI. I trained the model myself. The detective examined evidence scattered across the desk. Thunder rumbled overhead as the storm intensified quickly. She needed patience because detail was very important. The journal lay open with pages yellowed from age. Entries revealed family secrets hidden for decades. Rain hit the windows with increasing intensity. It's not perfect, obviously, but it's pretty fucking good, right? Chapter 1. This study was accepted in 1970 as a... This is the beginning of my book, as read with AI, and you'll start to see the problems. Doctoral dissertation by the Evangelical Theological Faculty at the University of Hamburg. For years, it went unpublished since it contradicted much of the accepted thought among veterans of the Kirchenkampf church struggle and leading church historians. The issues I examined were considered taboo. My critics accused me of attacking those who had witnessed courageously on behalf of the Christian confessions and principles of faith. Apparently, some time had to pass before a new generation could re-examine the accepted history of the Kirchenkampf. Few people were familiar with the documents that proved that the evangelical church's record under Nazism had been less than heroic. Heroic. I decided to write this book on my quest to find the answer. Was Hitler an atheist? I'm not a historian. I'm not even an academic. You can hear the pacing is off, right? I'm an ex-Jehovah's Witness and a political commentator. Ex-Jehovah's Witness? Not only do I have political and religious biases, but as an ex-Jehovah's Witness, I grew up hearing stories about Jehovah's Witnesses who suffered terribly at the hands of the Jehovah's Witnesses. Is that what it said? Grew up hearing about Jehovah's Witnesses? So the point is, it's not perfect. And this is about as good as it gets for local models. Nazis. Despite my biases, and it said Nazis, too, if you notice there. Witnesses who suffered terribly at the hands of the Nazis. Despite my biases, I would like to consider this book an academic work. And you can hear artifacts in there, too. Weird little sounds, right? All sources are from scholarly works or primary sources, some of which were very difficult to find. Sometimes, I list inline citations by naming the book or the author in parentheses. Citations. If no page number or section is named, it's simply a continuation of the previous citation. On occasion, I give my own opinion in this book. I made those cases clear. This book is intended to find the honest answer to the question, what role did religion play in the Third Reich? If Hitler committed his atrocities because he was an atheist or a Christian, I want to know. Reich. That's the kind of problem that you come across. Again, these are local models on my local computer that I personally trained on my own voice. You guys wouldn't believe the amount of ridiculous, nonsensical work that it took to get it to work. It was so ridiculous. I've literally been sitting here for days trying to get it to work because I would love to, I used to use an app, Readbit, and they basically made it impossible to use. And I want to convert some of my textbooks to audiobook form. So I've been looking for a way to do that. And it's not, it's hard. I think my best bet right now is to run it through Microsoft Edge TTS, which is pretty good. It's just like an open, well, it's not open source, but it's free to use. It's a free to use command line tool that anybody can use. Hang on. I'm just looking. I wonder if you guys can hear what's on my... I'm going to try see if... Oh. You can hear my voice twice, right? Or no? Let me just see if I can find... God, it's really hard to... Can you hear my voice twice? Here it is. Edge. Just once. Okay. Can you hear this? Hold on. Oh my God. Everything's freezing on me. You guys recognize the voice? Can you hear it? You can't hear it. Oh, shit. Okay. I'm going to send it. Okay, you guys got to hear this one. Hang on. And then we'll get into something. Okay, yeah. I'm going to send these over to myself on my other Mac. Give me a second so that you guys can hear it. Not my other Mac, but my Mac. It's really hard to talk when you're hearing like it repeated in your ear. Yeah, I want you guys to hear this. This is like really, really funny. Okay. Wait. Yeah. Okay, we're good. It's unfortunate that I'm not going to be able to show you like the most advanced and interesting features of RVC that I have access to. It's really, really impressive and really cool. Volume on it seems super low. Okay, almost subsonic. That's super weird. All right, that's fine. I'll pull it up on my computer so you guys can hear it. Where the hell did I put it? Here it is. Samples. All right, you should be able to hear this. This is the edge test.
The ancient lighthouse keeper whistled cheerfully while polishing the brass lantern at sunset.
That's not bad, right? That's like the free-to-use Microsoft text-to-speech feature that you can use on the command line. Oops.
The seagulls circled overhead, their harsh cries echoing across the choppy waves below. Tomorrow would bring another storm, but tonight the beacon would guide weary sailors safely home through the treacherous rocky coastline.
And that's a nice, even voice to use with RVC. So I can type in anything and have RVC convert it to any voice, basically. And then there's also, hold on, this one?
The ancient lighthouse keeper whistled cheerfully while polishing the brass lantern at sunset.
You guys recognize this one?
Seagulls circled overhead, their harsh cries echoing across the choppy waves below. Tomorrow would bring another storm.
Anybody recognize it?
But tonight the beacon would guide weary sailors safely home through the treacherous rocky coastline.
It's Eminem. Yes, it's Eminem. Although this was specifically, this voice, this model, was designed for songs. So you can replace songs. You can replace songs with Eminem's voice. And I did Never Gonna Give You Up. I replaced it with Taylor Swift's voice. And I replaced Rap Devil MGK with Eminem. Just because it was fun, you know. So it's not perfect. Certainly not for speech, just spoken speech all the time. You have to get the right models and stuff, and it's very complicated, but it's pretty fucking good. You hear about Charlie Kirk and Jordan Peterson thoroughly humiliated in debates. Recommend covering it. Keep up the good work. Interesting. No, I didn't hear about that. Let's see if we can find out. Hold on. Oh, shit. Let me sign into YouTube. I don't know why it signed me out. That's weird. 1 second. The Unbreakable Man experience is so stupid, dude. Alrighty. Just switch. I use my Owen Morgan account just for watching, and I use my Fireside account for watching crazy shit. Okay. Jordan Peterson, Charlie Kirk debate. Is this it? This might be it. Let's see. Oh, this is on Myron Gaines. Oh my God.
For attention, you know exactly.
No, this is Myron covering it. Is this it? This is 4 weeks ago.
Looking back, 2008,
AI-powered tools
are anti-sexual
liberation and
oh my God, it's so stupid. Jordan Peterson. All right, yeah, let's watch this. Why not, right? I do need to cover some Jehovah's Witness stuff. We're going to get to that in a minute. But let me just check. Okay, I need to get up and grab something in a second. Let's see. It's the... Wait, I'm just looking through. Natalie Cyber Tips, is that what you're referring to? Jordan v. 20 Atheists? I can't cover those easily because Jubilee hits them with copyright. And it's just a complete pain in the ass to go through the copyright system, though I would win. It's just like, oh my God, it's such a pain in the ass. And that's why they do it that way, because they want it to be a pain in the ass to deter people from covering it, you know? It's insufferable. Anyway. Unfortunately, I have to like lean way back to play the DS in this chair. It's kind of inconvenient. Yeah, I can't cover Jubilee, but this is only 4 weeks old, so we can watch this. And also, let's see, library videos. This is Jehovah's Witness stuff. Does God accept all forms of worship? That's interesting.
Does God accept all forms of worship? How can...
Yeah, you know what else RVC does? I can separate audio tracks from instrumental tracks really, really easily. Like, takes seconds to separate it, and it's flawless because it's AI. It's really impressive. Hold on. 084. 1 second. Hold on. If you asked for it. Yeah, somebody requested a code. So, and it sent it to my phone. Let's see here. Happy marriage when viewpoints differ. Oh boy. Viewpoint should never differ, as Jehovah's Witness says, right?
You found that special someone. Yet you soon discover that compatible does not mean identical.
Oh my God. Okay, we need to watch this. We'll watch this, but we'll watch it after Charlie Kirk. We'll give this a shot first. Hold on, let me close these. There was something I wanted to cover, and now it's slipping my mind. That's a shame. All right. Get past the coming up bit.
I'm talking to
Okay. Charlie Kirk and Jordan Peterson had a conversation together not too long ago. I want to give it a watch, see what crazy shit they had to say to each other. Check this out. Dude pretends to be refined when he's like the most vile. He's like Nazi adjacent, and it's barely adjacent. There's nothing refined about him. He's a scumbag.
talking to Charlie Kirk, and Charlie came out of nowhere 10 years ago and built the world's most influential organization of young conservatives. And he did that from scratch.
He did, and I think that he's responsible for Trump's win, honestly. I believe that. He's extremely influential. You shouldn't underestimate his influence on the movement. Charlie debates Cambridge University. Let me just look. Charlie debates Cambridge University. Oh yeah, my kid sent me some Charlie Kirk videos that she wanted me to check out that I haven't checked out yet. What's this?
Okay, thank you. Can we settle down, please?
That's interesting.
Thank you.
Huh.
I've debated him
Okay. That seems interesting. Yeah, all right. Now let me just see. There was one more thing I wanted to look at. It was oh yeah, my kid's messages. What did she send me? Oh, it's Tallarico. That's right. Open. Yeah, James Tallarico. I don't know if you guys know him. He's from Texas. And he's awesome. He's a Christian. He is a pastor, and a young pastor, obviously. And he fucking hates evangelical nutcases. It's glorious, dude.
Donald Trump promises to destroy his enemies, but Jesus calls us to love our enemies. We're all struggling with that right now. A lot of us are starting to see some of our neighbors as enemies. Some of us are worried about seeing certain family members.
I figured I'd just pull up this picture because it's a pretty heavy subject and we all need a support nun cat, right?
At Thanksgiving. Love doesn't mean papering over our disagreements or selling out our values or tolerating abuse. True love doesn't ignore conflict. True love heals conflict. The people at the top, the Elon Musks, the Rupert Murdochs, the Donald Trumps of the world, spend so much energy, so much time keeping us angry and divided because our unity is a threat to their power. It's the oldest strategy in the world, divide and conquer.
Yeah, anyway, dude is awesome. Big fan. We'll be covering him sometime in the near future. Probably on my main channel. He's getting, or I'm sorry, probably on my podcast. He's getting a lot of attention at the moment. So anyway, all right, let's listen to Jordan Peterson, shall we?
That by going to universities, pretty much single-handedly, setting up card tables, offering to discuss and debate all the issues that weren't being discussed and debated in these places set up for exactly that reason. And iterating as he grew, establishing conservative clubs on campuses all across the United States, building a grassroots organization, learning how to debate, despite the fact that he hadn't gone to college.
Oh my God. It drives me insane. These people are constantly coming up with reasons why college is worthless. So I guess that kind of, I guess he's making a point that college is really, really valuable and teaches you a whole bunch of stuff. But I guess, it's kind of impressive that you learn it outside of college. That's the point he's making, right? Hang on. Let me go grab something. I'll let this play for 1 second while I go grab it. It's my coffee and stuff. Hold on.
Actually playing the role on campus colleges that the professors in the classes were supposed to play. And so why watch my discussion with Charlie? Well, to learn who he is, to listen to how he did this. He had a vision and a calling, and he found his way and made it spectacularly successful while he was still very young, and has ended up playing a very significant cultural role, transformative role that is by no means over. And so I think the podcast is interesting in and of itself because the story is so compelling, but it also contains many lessons, you might say, for those who are searching for a productive, adventurous, romantic way forward. So join me in my discussion with Charlie Kirk, founder and leader of Turning Point USA, the world's largest conservative youth organization. So I've got a gotcha question for you. So now you're warned. Okay, so you know that Robert F. Kennedy and Mehmet Oz, and I suppose Jay Bhattacharya too, are all hands on deck to restore American health. And that likely the biggest problem that's confronting us is insulin resistance.
I agree with that.
Too much, way too much sugar and obesity and all that goes along with it. But insulin resistance it's just devastating. It makes you old, it makes you diabetic, it's terrible. It interferes with your cognition. It increases the probability that you'll get Alzheimer's. And that's all linked to carbohydrate excess intake, right? You agree with all that?
I agree with that.
Okay, and yet, when you were in high school, one of the first things you did to begin your political career was agitate for a, reduction or stabilization of the price of cookies
We
at
were
the
against
school?
cookie inflation.
Yeah, so looking back from your position of wisdom 13, 14 years later, what do you have to say to the American public about your cookie advocacy?
What I should have been advocating for, reduction in the hamburger or steak prices. You see, that would have been a much better health approach. But all kidding aside.
Okay. Thanks for waiting. Let's just jump back a little so I can catch up on what was said. Here we go.
And actually playing the role on campus colleges that the professors in the classes were supposed to play. And so why watch my discussion with Charlie? Well, to learn who he is, to listen to.
Did you just say learn?
He did this, you know, he had a vision and a calling, and he found his way and made it spectacularly successful while he was still very young, and has ended up playing a very significant cultural role, a transformative role that is by no means over. And so I think the podcast is interesting in and of itself because the story is so compelling, but it also contains many lessons, you might say, for those who are searching for a productive, adventurous, romantic way forward. So join me in my discussion with Charlie Kirk, founder and leader of Turning Point USA, the world's largest conservative youth organization. So I've got a gotcha question for you. So now you're warned. Okay, so you know that Robert F. Kennedy and Mehmet Oz, and I suppose Jay Bhattacharya too, are all hands on deck to restore American health.
Oh my God, dude.
And that likely the biggest problem that's confronting us is insulin resistance.
I agree with that.
Too much, way too much sugar and obesity and all that goes along with it. But insulin.
Okay, this is a way more complicated issue than I'm sure he even understands, but whatever.
Resistance it's just devastating. It makes you old. It makes you diabetic. It's terrible. It interferes with your cognition. It increases the probability that you'll get Alzheimer's.
Talking about, did you say sugar? I don't know. I don't think that's true, but okay, whatever.
And that's all linked to carbohydrate excess intake, right? You agree with all that?
I agree with that.
Okay, and yet, when you were in high school, one of the first...
The reason he had to ask if you agree with that is, if I had to guess, is because it's complete bullshit, and he was trying to see if he would buy onto this propaganda or not.
Things you did to begin your political career was agitate for a, what, reduction or stabilization of the price of cookies
We
at
were
the
against
school?
cookie inflation.
Yeah, so looking back from your position of wisdom 13, 14 years later...
Wisdom, quote unquote.
What do you have to say to the American public about your cookie advocacy?
What I should have been advocating for, you know, reduction in the hamburger or steak prices. You see, that would have been a much better health approach. But all kidding aside, the funny undercurrent of that is that's kind of what started my political advocacy.
I know,
And
it is hilarious.
I kind of look back, you know, even, you know, just 13 years ago, when, you know, cookie prices were the number one, you know, concern. This was before DoorDash, this was before all that. And I look at these high school kids now, what they're able to order into high school, they have entire cubby rooms of like half of the high school class that is just getting takeout. So in our high school in the suburbs of Chicago, the biggest thing...
Oh, fuck. Thing snapped. You think people weren't getting takeout 30 years ago? Are you shitting me?
These basically homemade cookies that nearly tripled in price over the course of a year. So we started Students Against Cookie Inflation, which was a rather righteous effort, I might say.
How old were you?
He is so fucking full of shit, dude. So he's saying that what, homemade is better than takeout no matter what, even when it's like an unhealthy product like cookies? What are you going on about? This is not as cut and dry as these people ever want to make it out. That's the core problem with Charlie Kirk. He tries to make everything black and white. Everything has shades of gray in all seriousness. There's nuance in most situations.
I was, at that time, 16, 17 years old. 16.
And how much before that do you think your interest in the political developed?
Definitely had an interest. I'd say I was really fascinated by American history, why we were a great country. It was hard to not be politically oriented or opinionated based on the time that I grew up in. Understand the time and place.
So he's saying it was hard to avoid propaganda, is what he's saying. It was hard to avoid political propaganda where I grew up. I would guess that. Yes, that doesn't surprise me.
When I was in 8th grade, this guy named Barack Obama came onto the political scene from Chicago, and everybody had an opinion about him. In fact, he became...
Where were you at the time?
I was in the suburbs of Chicago. Wheeling, Arlington Heights area.
Yeah, okay.
And Obama was a homegrown, which he really wasn't, but he was, a senator from Illinois.
Are you shitting me, dude? This birtherism, what a vile sack of shit, honestly. To claim that Obama is not American, that he was not born in America, to claim he's Muslim is absurd. And it's disgusting. Like, truly, honestly, disgusting. Vile. I mean, Donald Trump pushed this pretty hard. Donald Trump tried to convince everybody that Obama wasn't born here. We should have seen back then. I certainly saw back then what a sack of shit he was.
Homegrown, almost quasi-messianic political figure. I mean, you remember...
Messianic? Are you fucking serious? You're kidding me, right? With Donald Trump viewed the way he is as a literal messiah. You're telling me you think Obama was messianic? He wasn't messianic in any way. Hang on. Let me just save some of these videos so I can pull something up to show. 1 second. Talarico 1. Save it in clips. 608. Raw. All right. Talarico 1. Talarico 2. Saving. Talarico 3. Give it just a second. It's kind of slow. Hey Siri, turn on game room air conditioner. Talarico 4. I'm going to try to use my AI audio stuff that I have now. I'm going to try to use it to cut out the background sound. Okay. I got a code, like a request from my ex's kid, because she's on our plan, on our phone, on our Apple thing, Apple account or whatever, because we used to share apps long ago. And the kid made a request, and it sent me a verification code, and I had no idea what it was. So I just sent him the code because I trust her mom to make the right decision about whether she should get this. And I guess she wants to buy Roblox for $1. Anyway, let's continue. Oh yeah, no, I wanted to show you something. Hang on, what was it?
Arlington Heights area.
Yeah, okay.
And Obama was a homegrown, which he really wasn't, but he was, a senator from Illinois.
What an absolutely vile human being to say some shit like this, honestly. To spread this conspiracy theory, isn't this over? Can't you move on with your life? And it was, oh yeah. Let me pull this clip up here 1 second while I chew on a hash brown. Kind of slow. 1 second. I'll search my other clips. Let's see. Clips, Helgard. Clips. Here we go. Yeah. This one. Yeah, here we go. This is 3 minutes, and this one is 2 minutes. Let's watch this one. This is Helgard Muller. He is the author of the book you see on the left, Donald J. Trump, the Son of Man, the Christ. He lives, I think, in South Africa. The place that Trump is talking about how it has a white genocide and he's taking in refugees and everything. Elon Musk's birthplace or whatever. Yeah, that's where this guy's from.
President Donald J. Trump is equal to Jesus, the Son of God. So when you read the scriptures without religion, you will see there's a huge difference between Jesus, who is the Son of God, and Trump, who is the Son of Man. Huge difference. You will also see that the Father glorifies Jesus, the Son of God, whereas God will glorify Trump, the Son of Man. Trump already fulfilled a lot of scriptures. People read the Bible, but they don't see all these differences between Jesus, the Son of God, and the Son of Man, and how Trump already fulfilled him as the Son of Man himself, as the Christ. The Bible explicitly speaks about two Christ. In Judaism, they teach you about two Christ, two Mashiachs.
Okay, yeah, he's completely full of shit. I'm sure I don't need to say, but I'm going to anyway. Shit, I don't remember what I was supposed to do in this game now. I'm supposed to go... Yeah, I'm supposed to go to the castle, right? Is that what it is? The castle? I think so. Yeah, I go to the castle next. Anyway. The Old Testament talks about the Son of Man, and the Son of Man is like supposed to be like the Messiah that comes along and, you know, acts as a cosmic judge and brings about God's kingdom and all that other stuff. Jesus comes along, and early Christians believed that Jesus was the Son of Man. But he died before he could fulfill all of that, before he became the cosmic judge or anything. So they said, he'll be back. Just wait and see. He'll be back and he'll fulfill his role as Son of Man. So Trump theologists believe that Jesus was the Son of God. He fulfilled a unique role. But effectively, they don't even need Jesus to be in the equation because they believe that Trump is the Son of Man. And that's the important character, the Son of Man. So that's how they arrive at the conclusion that Trump is effectively Jesus.
Mashiach being David and Mashiach being Joseph. And so when you see these four men, these four gods,
I guess Son of Man, Trump, Son of God, Jesus, and then David and Joseph.
God, who will glorify the Son of Man, the Father, who will glorify Jesus, the Son of God. You will already see that there are four male gods mentioned throughout the entire Bible.
Oh, yeah, and he has this weird hang-up about twig and berries, if I remember correctly. I read his whole book on my channel, Telltale Reads. It's still up there, although I don't upload to Telltale Reads anymore. If you want to read this whole book, Donald John Trump, the Son of Man, the Christ, it's there.
And you see this when Moses speaks about four different lords, one higher God. The same with Daniel, Enoch, which is not part of your Bible. Revelations.
Not part of your Bible, notice he says.
Four Gospels, which Jesus numerous times mentioned these five. People read the Bible, they don't see that Jesus always refers to these five. And Trump is definitely part of this God royal family, and that makes him the Son of Man.
Anyway, they're completely out of their minds, like all of these Trump theologists. And it's rich coming from Charlie Kirk to say that Obama is like a messianic figure. Are you shitting me? No, he's not. He was never like a messianic figure, ever. But to say that with the state of things as they are with Donald Trump is like just, you're slapping us in the face now. Come on. Be serious. I would say, how does he expect anybody to believe him? But they do. They do believe him. They believe the shit that he says. It's wild.
Where were you at the time?
I was in the suburbs of Chicago.
Okay.
Wheeling, Arlington Heights area.
Yeah, okay.
And Obama was a homegrown, which he really wasn't, but he was, a senator from Illinois, a homegrown, almost quasi-messianic political figure. I mean, you remember how it captured the nation times 10 in the Chicagoland area. Remember, Obama did his victory speech in Grant Park in downtown Chicago. That's where,
I mean, they were excited about him. He was a God, what's the word I'm looking for? He was an encouraging figure. He's somebody that people could attach political hope to. I mean, wasn't his slogan hope and change or something? He was progressive. He's like Bernie Sanders at the time. I mean, I wasn't really around to see all of this. I wasn't like paying any attention to it. I was like kind of too young. But going back and looking at like some of the things that people said about him and the way that he was portrayed in the media and everything, he was just very, very popular, like Bernie Sanders was, like Donald Trump was. But he did not turn himself into a messianic figure. Donald Trump did turn himself into a messianic figure, and he embraced it intentionally, knowingly. QAnon turned Trump into a messianic figure. And when Trump starts hearing about it, what's he do? Sorry. When Trump hears that QAnon exists and what they're all about, hold on, let me find it. Second. Scrolling through. All right. Kind. One second. I'm just looking for. Here. This is what I was looking for right here. He calls a press conference at the White House. It's like 8:30 at night. Nobody knows what the hell's going on or what he wants or whatever. But when the president calls the press, you show up. So they show up, they point their cameras at him, and this happens.
You guys know what this represents? Tell us, sir. Maybe it's the calm before the storm.
Maybe it's the calm before the storm. That is a QAnon slogan, a QAnon phrase. You say that, you're talking about QAnon in a modern political context.
The storm could be the calm before the storm.
What storm, Mr. President?
You'll find out.
He finds out that there's a messianic movement behind him to deify him. And what does he do? He goes out of his way to inconvenience people so that he can give people the impression that he is that messianic figure that does fit into this molds that he wants everybody to think he fits into. It's like, it couldn't possibly be any more obvious and on the nose that he is a colossal fucking scumbag and intentionally taking advantage of gullible suckers. Now tell me again, Charlie Kirk, that Obama is a messianic figure.
He
and this
celebrated his victory in 2008.
And this isn't even a tu quoque fallacy, a know you fallacy. I don't want to do that. I hate that. Or whataboutism. I hate when people do whataboutism. That's not what this is. I'm telling you. Obama is not a messianic figure. Was never a messianic figure. Additionally, Trump is a messianic figure. These people are so disgusting and full of shit.
Park in downtown Chicago. That's where he celebrated his victory in 2008. And so it was just an all-encompassing, almost, political moment where it was at very high social cost to be disagreeable with the rise of Obama in 2000.
Oh, please. Well, maybe in Chicago because he was going to be the first black president and he was progressive and people just really loved the guy. And that's like super respectable. But you were in the suburbs, Charlie, of Chicago. You weren't in the urban area. You weren't in the city. You probably dealt exclusively with people who fucking hated Obama. Because you're just saying that he's popular. Okay, yeah, we knew that he was popular at the time. Great. Although, in addition to that, he's saying it like it's a bad thing. Like being popular is bad. My God.
Now, mind you, I was a 7th or 8th grader at the time, and actually going into 9th grade. And so I decided at my very best to push back. Oh, really? Is he going to fulfill all these promises? Is he really going to be able to bring utopia? And
he said he'd be able to bring utopia. Oh, my God, dude. They're literally saying that about Donald Trump, that he is the son of man, is going to bring about cosmic judgment and usher in God's kingdom on earth. Who the fuck said Obama's going to bring in utopia?
Really, is he going to fulfill all these promises? Is he really going to be able to bring utopia? And admittedly, I was rather clumsy and shallow in my capacity to be able to articulate those beliefs. But I had something in me that wanted to push back against the orthodoxy of the time.
Okay.
So he's trying to turn it into a religion. He can't just, like, accept that Obama was a popular character. He has to turn it into he was a messiah. Completely ignoring the fact that Donald Trump is literally a messiah to a religious movement.
Met you. Do you remember when we first met? Was it 2016,
I think
2017?
it might have been 17, 18. I came to Toronto because and still to this day, this is correct, I was so moved by your lectures and your videos that they significantly changed my life. And I really wanted to meet you more than anything else. And
Yeah,
so
yeah. Well, I remember
you were kind
that.
enough to make time for that.
Yeah, well, I remember that meeting, and I remember trying to figure out who you were because of what you were doing and the fact that you had this remarkable organizational capacity. But what I'm interested in now, when you is what I'm very interested in trying to figure out what inclined you to take the path that you took. Now, you said, okay, so you said Obama, but you said something else at the same time. You said that you had been reading American history, okay, and that you were concerned with, interested in, and convinced by, I suppose, all of those, this issue of what made America great.
Correct.
Okay, so now, so this is interesting and worth taking apart because...
I'll tell you why America is great, or why it was, or why anybody would even say that. Because in the earliest days of this country, they set it up to operate in such a way that... I'm sorry, I got some bad news just a minute ago. I'm getting a little distracted here. Let me think about it for a second. Hang on. Oh, yeah. They set it up to be a secular country uniquely. There was no other country in the world, certainly not on this scale, that was secular. And these people are trying to erase and reverse that completely. And rewrite it. Like, this country was good because it was Christian. It is literally the exact opposite. It's like Kent Christmas, that one prophet guy, is always saying the United States is the first openly Christian country. What the fuck are you talking about? Have you never heard of England? Don't they have a whole fucking church? A Christian church? What are you going on about? Like, they will literally say whatever the fuck they want. And it doesn't matter what the truth is. It's just wild to me that people believe this propaganda wantonly. Like, they spread it like mad.
What made America great?
Correct.
Okay, so now, so this is interesting and worth taking apart because for decades, certainly since the 60s, the typical pathway for someone young who was assessing the history of his or her country would have been to read it through a highly critical lens. So, for example, I remember when I was 13 or 14, so that would have been mid-70s, I was reading Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas and...
Okay, wow, old school.
The so-called new journalists, and they weren't of the left exactly the way you would conceptualize the left now. They were more like radical literary figures, I would say. But the mid-70s ethos certainly was to read history, sociology critically. And I don't mean you were being uncritical. I mean to take...
Oh, God. So he's saying people need to do, God, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like textual criticism. Criticism is good. He's equivocating. That's the word. He's equivocating. he's using a word in one way and then switching the meaning of it. So he says, you need to read things critically, like thinking critically. Thinking logically, objectively, reading things in a logical, objective way. Trying to poke holes so you understand it better. You know, that's what textual criticism is. That's what critical thinking is. And he's flipping that with talking shit about it or hating it or whatever. Hold on, I'm still getting bad news. 1 second. I was really hoping to work with American Atheists, but it sounds like that's probably not going to happen. That's a real shame. That's what it was. Ugh, God. Yeah, I feel like sometimes I'm surrounded by fools. I probably shouldn't say this too much. I'm not going to say it too much, but I feel like sometimes things are staring people right in the face and the answers are so fucking obvious and people are screaming it at them and they're just like ignoring it completely. Like, what the fuck? I don't know. I guess I'll leave it at that, but I'm kind of really disappointed. MSD314, thank you so much for the sticker. And also, thank you for the other sticker, too, for your coffee breaks. I appreciate that. Absolutely. We hadn't had any word salad yet, right? All right, so let me just explain in kind of a broad way. I went to American Atheist Convention recently and met with like other big organizations like FFRF, for example, and, you know, places like that. And as a content creator, I'm respected to some degree by these people because they see, wow, they did that. That's really impressive, you know. But it, you know, and it's like when I want to help, say, for example, FFRF do the same thing to gain some degree of relevance on social media instead of moving away from print completely. Like they're literally 100% print right now. When I try to help them like move away from print or at least move into the social media realm, they don't get it. They don't understand. They're like refusing to let people help them. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Are you shitting me right now? Sometimes I feel like with FFRF specifically, I just, it feels like the people at FFRF or the people at the very top that run it, I've been pretty vocal about the fact that I don't really like Dan Barker much. Because he's kind of a douchebag. Anyway, the people at the top of FFRF are like 90 and have no idea how anything works or how to like move away from print or social media or anything like that. God, it just drives me nuts, man. Like, how the fuck do you expect to grow? People don't even check their fucking mail anymore. They get emails. Oh my God, I keep hitting yes by mistake. It drives me nuts. And I feel like Dan Barker, you know, he started that organization, but there are some people at that organization that are running things now too, like other than Annie Laurie Gaylor, who have, it's like they tripped into the position and they have like zero experience with it. And they just, you know, they're standing on the backs of people that came before them, as we all are, but they're not doing anything with that. You know, it's like they're just trying to maintain to the best of their ability and keep things going the way that they're going right now, and not, you know, changing anything, not improving anything. It just drives me nuts, man. It drives me absolutely fucking insane, truthfully. Too many cooks in the kitchen, maybe? I don't think so. I think the problem is that the cooks that know what they're doing are too fucking old and don't understand the internet at all, or the value of it, or the value of content creation, or the value of literally anything at all. And the ones that aren't too old are too afraid of rocking the boat because what's happening now is working, and if we change anything, it might not work anymore, you know? That's kind of the way that I see it right now. Anyway, whatever. It's a shame. But what can you do, right? All right, let's continue.
Anti-establishment stance.
Yes.
Like in the 60s, that was all, well, anti-establishment, free love, the sexual revolution is coming, everyone's going to be free. By the time
And of course he hates that, right?
the 70s came along, which was the milieu I was embedded in, all of the optimism.
Wait, what milieu was he embedded in?
70s came along.
Wait. Hold on. What is it?
Free love, the sexual revolution is coming, everyone's going to be free. By the time the 70s came along, which was the milieu I was embedded in.
Oh, he was in the 70s. Okay, interesting.
All of the optimism of the 60s had pretty much vanished, but all of the cynicism 100% remained. Now,
it's so bizarre to me that people like draw these weird lines on decades. We don't draw those lines, do we? Not exactly. Like, what's the difference between the 2010s and the 2020s? There isn't much of one, right? I'm sure there are differences, different technologies and everything, but were they as different as people portrayed the 60s and 70s? I don't know. Like, is it just me? Was it really like that in the 60s and 70s? Or is it just like a line where suddenly you cross over this line and you're in the 70s and everybody dresses different? I don't know. I don't even feel like the fashion sense is different between the 2010s and the 2020s, like at all. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just because I don't have a sense of fashion. I've dressed the same, like, pretty much my entire life. Lots of differences. Humor, clothing, hairstyles, technology, ideals. I suppose. It just feels like maybe it's because the 60s and the 70s are almost like caricatured in my head, you know? Like, I've heard so much about them at this point from different people that they're very different in my mind. That's probably what it is. You know, I'll give you this one, though. The 80s were a very unique time. I feel like the 80s and the 90s were very, very similar to each other, interestingly. I grew up in the 90s, of course. So I was a kid in the 90s. In noughties and teens, we were still bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, though that ended in 2016. I know, right? How long have you lived in the U.S.? That bright-eyed, bushy-tailed thing, that's a term that my mom used to use. A very American term, I would imagine. Do they have squirrels in Germany? I don't know. Anyway. Interesting. Yeah, you know, I guess there's a level of optimism in the different decades because of shit that happens, like Obama getting elected, you know, promising that we're not going to fall into a hellscape of, like, dictatorship, for example. And now we're there, sadly. We fell. Just looking here. Can you name a single good thing about the modern Republican Party? Can I name a single good thing about the modern Republican Party? I think the modern Republican Party... Hang on, I'm getting more... Oops, I'm sorry, I'm getting more messages. Let me just check that and see what's up. 1 second. Okay. Got it. the modern Republican Party. I think that the modern Republican Party is exclusively about fighting anything. It's not about anything. It's about fighting things, like fighting against, and they're fabricated things. Fighting trans people, fighting against gay marriage, fighting against abortion. It's all culture war shit. There's nothing of actual substance or value anywhere in any Republican platforms. I don't think that like there's anything wrong with. I don't think the Republican Party in and of itself is necessarily bad inherently, but it's been taken over by Donald Trump completely and totally. So you might as well be asking me, is there something, can I name one good thing about MAGA? Because they're effectively the same. And the answer is no. I can't name anything good about MAGA. If we're talking about the Republican Party of 10 years ago, I don't think so. Not even then, because it's very obviously, clear as day, being taken over by billionaires and propagandized. Like since the 90s, honestly, since the revocation of the Fairness Doctrine in the 80s by Reagan, I believe, they started turning Fox News into a propaganda network. It was exclusively propaganda. There was not a grain of truth anywhere in it. You do not find something similar on the left. There's nothing like Fox News on the left. The left does not fight. I mean, I could maybe say something good about conservatism, but not the Republican Party, not MAGA, not Trump. I just don't have anything. Here's one good thing about conservatism. Society needs to move forward, of course, but holding on traditional values and like what's the word? A root that a shared cultural root is valuable in my opinion. It can be valuable. Like everybody, knowing the stories of like Abraham Lincoln and whoever. I think that can be valuable. So there's your positive thing about conservatism. But there's nothing good about Republicans or MAGA today. There just isn't. Childhood 70s, teens 80s, adulthood 90s to now. I want my 80s back. Offerings for the feline overlord tail bass. Yeah, I appreciate that. I grew up in the 90s. Like I was born in 1989. So I grew up in the 90s, but I wasn't really like old enough or to be aware of anything exactly. My kid wants to get a piercing. But I loved the aesthetic very much of the 80s and the 90s. Flannel was just fucking awesome. Mullets can stay. I'm not a fan of mullets. But and the music, Metallica and shit, oh man. And even 90s music, with the exception of Macarena, the music was top tier shit. Marcy Playground, Sex and Candy, that was from the 90s, wasn't it? That is some good shit right there, man. Telling you. TYT, main show fell way up. Somebody says TYT is the Fox News of the left. No, not even close. Not even a little bit. Even TYT is not the Fox News of the left. There is no Fox News. If somebody believes that there is a Fox News of the left, then they haven't watched Fox News lately. It is pure, unadulterated, constant stream of lies and propaganda. That's it. And it's like, it's really wild to listen to, honestly. You know, it may actually be worth, let me just, objectively false things. Let me show you just one example. Laura Ingraham is a great example of Fox News being just disconnected from reality completely. Let's just pick any random. This is why Democrats are freaking out. This is from 3 months ago, okay?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Laura Ingraham. This is Ingraham Angle. Thank you, as always, for joining us tonight. Our Control-Alt-Delete moment. That's the focus of tonight's angle. Trump is resetting the federal government.
Woke is gonzo.
Okay, right here, this is propaganda. Framing it as resetting rather than what it is, destroying. Propaganda, but that's mild.
Over the past 2 weeks, our strength has been restored, our spirit has been revived, and a new national momentum has been sweeping across our land. The golden age of America is officially.
Only playing the things that sound positive, even though it's complete delusion, propaganda.
Begun. Our economy is roaring back to life.
Only playing the things that are just simply not true like this. The economy is not roaring back to life. What the fuck are you talking about? It's getting worse actively as we speak.
Optimism is soaring, hope is returning, and we have brought back the words common sense to our government.
He and his cabinet are moving so rapidly on so many levels that Democrats are feverishly trying to keep up.
She frames that moving quickly, she frames it as a good thing, when in reality, government is slow as a protection for everybody. Government moves slowly so that we can be sure that this is absolutely okay for everybody. Like, there are checks and balances that this stuff has to pass through. You can't just, you know what dictators do? They just sign shit, push shit through, make it law, and move on, and that's it. Because there are no checks or balances or protections for anybody. That is what is happening. And she's framing it like it's a positive thing.
And when they're not filing lawsuits, we'll get to that in a moment, in liberal jurisdictions, they're scrambling to get their messaging in order.
This is a national emergency. In the aftermath of the election, many Democrats needed time to soul search, to grieve, to think, but that time has ended. And that time ended when Elon Musk took control of our country's financial nuclear codes.
He literally did a coup against the U.S. government. He walked into buildings that he had no right to be in with an armed guard and held people at gunpoint and forced them to leave. Like the Treasury Department. Where else? He did it a bunch of places. USAID, the Department of Energy, maybe. I don't remember. Even private organizations, private companies. He did this too. Specifically one that was created by congressional order, but is owned and operated privately. He walked in with a gun and forced people to get out.
Do they actually pay people to write those lines? The nuclear financial codes. Is he kidding me? Now, for liberals, a $36 trillion debt is not a national emergency.
Again, propaganda. Literally every single line out of her mouth is a lie or propagandistic in one way or another. The $36 trillion debt exists because of Republicans' strategy called Starve the Beast. The goal is to destroy government effectively, right? Like that's the open, known strategy of Republicans. They want it so small that they can drown it in a bathtub, quote unquote, Grover Norquist. I think Speaker of the House. And they know that they need permission from others to do that. They need permission from others to destroy government programs. So what do? They start cutting they start cutting taxes. Cut them into the ground. Just keep cutting until the debt goes up and up and up and up and up. Eventually, something dramatic will have to happen. There will be no choice. Instead of cutting taxes on the rich, we should be raising taxes on the rich and raising social programs, improving them, funding them better. But what's the answer to Republicans now? The answer is, of course, cutting entitlements. I'm entitled to those because I fucking paid into it. I paid 14% or whatever of my income to Social Security and Medicaid and Medicare. 14 or 15%. I did that so that when I'm old, in 50 years, I will be able to draw that money out as a retirement fund. So the point is that by cutting entitlement, or I'm sorry, by what's the word I'm looking for? Restructuring it so that you take the money out of entitlements, quote unquote, you are robbing people of their retirement funds. You're saying you want to take the money out of their retirement funds. That is not the government's money. That's our money. You know, when I pay taxes to the government, 15, 20, 25, 30%, whatever, that's the government's money. That's not mine. You know, I pay a price for living here. I pay a price for having decent roads and bridges and social programs and things like that. The entitlements are mine, though. They're not the government's. They're mine, uniquely. You cannot restructure entitlements because they're not yours to restructure. I think we're literally like a minute and a half into this clip, and it's lie after lie. I think we've stopped after every single sentence. Even after some semicolons she stuck in there. There's no equivalent to Fox News on the left. Nothing like it. Thank you. I paid into disability and I'm entitled to my monthly check, Medicare and all. Yes, exactly. People pretend that this is some kind of a fucking, like you're a leech on society. No, that's your fucking money that you paid in. Goes into a trust fund that you withdraw from later. This is not the government's money. It just, God, it drives me insane that these people are so fucking gone. Like, their heads are just gone. There's nothing left in there knocking around. So she says, wait, what was it she said now?
Now, for liberals, a $36 trillion debt is not a national emergency.
That's not okay with literally anybody. No one wants that. No one. It's like that because of Republicans' strategy to starve the beast. Oh, shit. I just did something weird to my thing.
But the Doge crews identify...
Oh, yeah, and by the way, while Elon Musk goes in and quote-unquote does something dramatic to solve it, cuts U.S. aid, which is like 0.5% of the budget or something like that, Trump cut $4 trillion in taxes. $4 trillion over the next 10 years are gone. Could have been $32 trillion in debt, but Trump chose to cut taxes into the ground while claiming that something dramatic had to be done, like restructuring entitlements, quote unquote, to solve the debt. Even restructuring entitlements wouldn't solve the situation that we are in right now. No matter what we do, other than raising taxes, there is no way out of this outside of that. Republicans they've played the long game and have been trying to destroy government programs for generations now. Since Brown v. Board of Education specifically, since the U.S. government decided that they can't segregate schools anymore. Since that decision, there's been a massive movement, started with the KKK, and it just continued on down the generations. KKK doesn't feel the need to wear robes anymore. It's just, like, if people really knew how she was twisting shit completely out of proportion, there would be fury the likes of which we have never seen. If they really understood what Republicans did to this country, the Republican Party would be legally banned after that. You want the Libertarian Party? We can talk about it. You want the fucking Whig Party or whatever? Okay, not the terrorist Republicans, really.
$6 trillion debt is not a national emergency, but the Doge crews identifying spending scams, that is a national emergency?
But they're not. That's the thing. Literally every single word. Like, middle of the sentence, it's propaganda. They're not identifying spending scams. They're destroying agencies that they have no right to destroy. Checking. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm just checking here. Okay.
Oh, okay. Only now, though, are Americans beginning to really understand how deep the corruption runs in Washington. And courtesy of Doge and its allies on the Hill, we're seeing what is tantamount to an ongoing brazen theft from the U.S. taxpayers. No wonder the co-conspirators are all in a froth.
What we are seeing unfold is an unlawful power grab by a unelected and unaccountable billionaire puppet master.
Look at what...
Dude, God, I can't stand that dude. Hakeem Jeffries, he's fucking terrible.
...is announcing every single day that he's doing. Elon Musk, take your hands off the people's money.
Take your hands off the people's money.
Now we're going to get a whataboutism, right? Like, oh, Democrats take people's money. When they don't, and they certainly don't in this way or this context or whatever. They certainly don't literally walk into a government building with a gun and force people out. I mean, he wasn't carrying the gun. The sheriffs he brought with him were illegally carrying the gun. There's nothing legal about anything that Elon Musk did with U.S. aid or any of it. Constitutional crisis doesn't even begin to describe what it was. But you know, the point behind all of this is that Laura Ingraham and others are constantly lying, propagandizing, twisting things around. There is no equivalent on the left. Not TYT, not Rachel Maddow, nothing comes close to matching Fox News in the level of delusion that exists. Nothing.
Interestingly enough, in Chicago, and this would be mid-2000s. So
be
quite
2000
a bit
to
later.
2009.
Right, near the end of the the first decade of the 2000s. You were reading American history, and as you said, in the height of the Obama
craze,
fervor, sure. But your take was positive and patriotic.
Correct.
So why? Why do you think that was?
Bro, as if people weren't positive and patriotic about Obama? Are you shitting me?
What do you think what made you different? Like, when I met you, you were very, I would say, relatively sheltered still, and very, very straight-laced. And from the Canadian perspective, you know, you were of the, it appeared to me that you were of that American evangelical stripe, which we have some of in Alberta, not a lot. It's not really a Canadian thing. And so when I met you, I thought, okay, so that's Charlie's, that's the cauldron, the matrix out of which he emerged. Maybe cauldron's not the right metaphor. But I'm curious, like, why do you think that your...
The cauldron. I love it. Yeah, they see each other as swamp creatures, seems to me, right? Yargenti, is that right? Yargenti says, oh, he's from Alberta. That makes sense. Yeah, I understand Canada has some really weird people over there that get up to some real weird shit. I've heard that.
Took a conservative form when that isn't, it's not common for young people, and it certainly wasn't the pattern of the time from, say, 1965 till, well, probably till about when you were adolescent.
So, you know what's fascinating to me? Different regions of the world have different demographic like outcomes. For example, teachers in the United States, especially professors, lean left, right? Pretty far left, a lot of them. Like a lot of people are on the left in the educational sphere. But in Germany in the 30s, teachers disproportionately supported Hitler. That's interesting, right? I'm assuming that it had something to do with like his grip on the working class and how he could benefit them, how he claimed that he could benefit them.
That's a phenomenal analysis and question. Let me just add to it. The literature, the non-political, non-historical literature that we were being assigned in 6th, 7th, 8th grade was what I call pre-woke. It was almost there. And so it was like books that come to mind is a book called like Things Fall Apart. I don't know if you're familiar with this book.
Chinua Achebe, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was the main character was Okonkwo. I could be wrong. I'm just drawing from like 13, 14 years. Basically, the entire premise of the book, based on my memory, is that there are this wonderful tribe, and they all get along in Africa, and these evil colonialists come in, and things fall apart, and there's internal strife, and the end of the book is basically the summary of all of these relationships of these evil colonialists that say, and here's the history of just the sub-Saharan Africa, basically dismissing all of the complexities and the beauties of this.
Oh, suddenly Charlie Kirk cares about complexities, huh? Suddenly he wants a little nuance in his information in his stories. You ever notice how he wants nuance in stories that are less than flattering toward the United States, but he wants zero nuance in any other context ever? Interesting, huh?
Right, so it's kind of a testament to Rousseau, but it was written by an African, that book.
Correct. And again, I'm drawing from almost a decade-old memory, but I remember the discussions we'd have in class were very much anti-colonialist, anti-Western, that we are the contaminants on the world, that we are polluting other tribes. And again, mind you, that we're in 8th or 9th grade discussing this, so I don't know what post-structuralism is or postmodernism is, but it was pre-woke. We weren't quite there, though.
Pre-woke.
And so from the historical standpoint...
Like, who the fuck says get woke anyway? I literally never heard that phrase until I heard the far right saying it. I understand that it existed in some communities at some point somewhere. These people just, like, make shit up brazenly. It's just wild, man. It's like they're creating epics. The pre-woke era and the post-woke era. Just insane.
It was not 1619 Project, but it was, we're going to spend a whole month on slavery, and we're going to spend 3 days on the founding.
Okay, well, when we... No, they don't spend 3 days on the founding. They spend, like, whole units on the founding, obviously. Like, people learn the Constitution and all of that other shit. But, slavery stretched from, like, 1787, even before that, clear through to 1865, and then Jim Crow from 1865 to 1965. And since 65 to now, we've even had, we've had people being mistreated terribly. With the backing of the law. So... Wait, what am I supposed to be doing here? Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm supposed to be going to the witch's house. So anyway, the point is these people... Wait, what? I was talking... Oh, yeah. The point is, this stretched way longer than just, like, 1770 to 1790, the founding, 20 years. Slavery was a huge part of it. Again, doesn't matter because we don't just cover the founding in 3 days. It gets at least as much time as slavery, minimum. He's just like lying. He's just making shit up right now. This is what I'm talking about. Like, they can say literally whatever they want with no checks, no consequence, no questions asked. They're just believed.
Right. And did you spend any of the time when you were studying slavery assessing the fact that the UK was the only country that's ever existed in the history of the world that spent, what, 2 centuries and a tremendous proportion of its...
Brother, we're learning about American history. This was about American history. We were talking about what happens in America with the American founding fathers. Why the fuck would anybody be talking about England in this unit, this history unit, this U.S. history unit? Why the fuck would we bring up England? What are you talking about? By the way, just for the record, I don't like TYT. I talk shit about them all the time. TYT is just awful, especially now. Completely full of shit. The people that work there, Anna specifically, and Jenk, are awful. Some of the others are pretty good. I understand John Idarola, though I don't watch him, is good. And, you know, correspondence and whatever, they're all really good. But Jenk and Anna, the heads of the network, are awful, and they guide the direction of the network. So don't interpret this as me saying that TYT is good by any stretch of the imagination. I don't believe they're good. They're bad. Like, destructive. They're just not like Fox News, is all. You can't possibly believe they're like Fox News, you know? Both the TYT morning shows are great. Okay, interesting. Well, I would have to give them a watch. Again, I've never really watched TYT because I've always associated TYT with that YouTube channel rather than the network itself. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe I'll give it a watch. If you work for TYT, you're complicit in Jenk and Anna's crime. I don't believe that's the case. I disagree. I think that... Wait, where the fuck am I supposed to be going now? Oh, that's right. Yeah. I think that there's like a real... I think that there's a good reason to continue to work for TYT, and that is you have no other choice right now, you know? You can't leave because you need the money or whatever, or you need it for your career. I don't blame them for staying. Some people have to stay. However, if they like support Jenk and Anna, if they go out there and say, I don't think what they're doing is destructive or wrong or whatever, then I draw the line. You can keep your mouth shut about it or speak or tell the truth about it. Don't go out there and pretend that they're not destructive in what they're doing. TYT Sports is still cool. I didn't know they had a sports thing. Interesting. I mean, TYT is gigantic, you know? They're like the largest left-leaning network out there. And Jenk and Anna are not left-wing. Certainly not anymore. At all. But TYT, overall, I understand, is left-wing. Again, I don't even watch TYT, so... Oop. There we are.
Treasury eradicating slavery around the world at the behest of Protestant Christians.
Correct.
Because
At the behest. Okay, so here's what we should be learning in U.S. history class. Ready?
spent, what, 2 centuries and
Sorry, step back.
studying slavery assessing the fact that the UK was the only country that's ever existed in the history of the world that spent, what, 2 centuries and a tremendous proportion of its treasury eradicating slavery around the world at the behest of Protestant Christians.
Correct.
Because that...
Okay, why would I be learning about that in U.S. history class? What does that have to do with literally anything at all? That's not even true. Anyway, at the behest of Protestant Christians? No.
The story.
And I never remember knowing.
Dude, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Did you learn about this UK fact that isn't even true in U.S. history? Why would we learn that?
The name Wilberforce.
Wilberforce, yeah. See, this is a very interesting thing. You know, I actually didn't come across, this is so strange, but life is very strange. I didn't come across the name Wilberforce till I was probably in my 40s.
Oh, here you go. And let me guess, he's the most important person on the planet, right? That has ever existed. Even more important than, like, Benjamin Franklin. Am I close?
It's beyond comprehension.
I didn't get to know him until the last 5 years.
Last 5 years.
Yeah.
Is that right, eh? Is that
even
right?
Me,
You hear it? Is that right, eh? He's so Canadian, dude.
The political
even in that
world.
milieu.
And he corrected himself. Is that right, eh?
It's beyond comprehension.
I didn't get to know him until the last 5 years.
Last 5 years.
Yeah.
Is that right, eh? Is that
even
right?
Me, even
is that
in-
right?
You get that? Is that right? He corrected himself because he knows how embarrassing it is to say, is that right, eh? No, I don't even think it's embarrassing. I think it's fucking metal. I think people should say it more, honestly. I think that he's the only one embarrassed about it.
Political
even in that
world.
milieu.
I might have heard it, but not until someone looked at me seriously and said, "You have."
Bro, why does he keep saying the word milieu? This is like the 16th time he said it.
Is
Even
that
in
right?
the political
even in that
world.
milieu.
I might have heard it, but not until someone looked at me seriously and said, "You have to study this guy. This is a preacher. This is a man of faith that led to the abolition of slavery, probably in the entire."
Under impossible conditions.
Exactly.
Right? He devoted his whole life to it. And the link between that and the religious ideation is rock solid.
It's one-to-one.
It's
Just complete bullshit. Hang on. One more time. What did he say?
between that and the religious ideation is
Right. So he's saying slavery ended because of religion. That's simply false. That is just not true. Slavery existed because of religion and was destroyed because of religion, I guess. Like, religion has been mixed in this equation all along the way. The problem is that people use religion to justify their actions, no matter what those actions are. Every time, they always use religion to justify their actions. People in the Old Testament, people in the U.S. in slavery days were pointing out that the Bible instructs people to have slaves and describes how you should enslave people. And the others were using verses from the New Testament about loving your neighbor and all that shit. The Bible has always been, and will always be used as a justification for whatever it is that people are doing in that moment in time. You can try to pretend that religion was responsible for ending slavery all you want, but it's complete nonsense. Oh, yeah. And one more thing. Who Wilberforce? I'm listening to a couple of far-right commentators talk about how important he is, and I don't really believe them. Seems like they're putting unnecessarily putting a puff in his petticoat. Let's see what we come up with here. William Wilberforce, not Wilbur Space Force. Oh, I didn't know that. William Wilberforce was a real historical figure and was important, but far-right commentators often cherry-pick and mythologize him for their own purposes. Who he actually was. William Wilberforce, 1759 to 1833. British politician and evangelical Christian, who's best known for his leadership in the movement to abolish the transatlantic slave trade. Okay, interesting. I wonder, who is that one guy that... Oh, God. Who was that one guy who was famous for starting riots in the South during slavery days and trying to get slaves to rebel against... and was killed or something? John Brown. Yeah, John Brown. Why isn't he bringing up John Brown, I wonder? Is there a reason you don't bring up John Brown? You know, famously anti-slavery, started civil insurrections in the South because he believed that slavery was so morally wrong that it justified civil insurrection, basically. Why don't you ever talk about him? Is there a reason? John Brown, by the way, bad motherfucker. Anyway, back to Wilberforce. I'm sorry, back to William Wilberforce. He's an evangelical that was opposed to slavery. Served in Parliament in Britain for nearly 50 years and was part of a group known as the Clapham Sect, a network of evangelical Anglicans committed to social reform. Oh, so you're saying that you honor social reform. You think social reform is a good thing, is what you're telling me then, right? Is that what I'm picking up? I mean, that's what I'm picking up. Is that what you're putting down? These two guys on screen, Peterson and Kirk, don't want social change. They don't want, I don't know, like what the fuck were they? They don't want progressive anything. They want to put women back into the kitchen and out of the workforce. And they want to force everybody into a little box, whether they fit in it or not. What? Point is that they're talking about William Wilberforce as if he represents their values in any way. And as if he was, like, really that influential. Yeah, I guess he was kind of influential from what I'm reading here. But ending slavery was the result of a lot of people's efforts. It was not just William Wilberforce by any stretch of the imagination.
Rock solid.
It's one-to-one.
It's one-to-one. Absolutely. And it's...
He's saying slavery coming to an end is directly correlated with Christianity fighting against it. This is a fucking joke, dude.
His whole life to it. And the link between that and the religious ideation is rock solid.
It's one-to-one.
It's one-to-one.
Just complete bullshit. They're just making shit up right now. Fictitious lies.
And it's also the case that his ideas wouldn't have fallen on fertile ground, because they did relatively. Like, when you can make a radical cultural shift in one lifetime, which is no time at all historically, you know that you're at the forefront of ideas whose time has come.
Yes.
And that was clearly the case for Wilberforce. And
yeah, you know, that was clearly the case for Nazis, too, not for nothing. Radical change isn't necessarily always a good thing. But, you know, whatever.
He certainly is one of those people who stood up against the greedy, self-centered, and malevolent ethos of his time. But the UK swung around behind him impossibly rapidly, and then with their full might. And you know, I've learned a lot of things in the last 10 years that have shocked me so bad I don't know how to recover exactly. And one of them was that the public school system was set up by fascists on the Prussian military model.
Oh, please, dude. Are you shitting me right now? The Prussian military model. So he's saying that the school system didn't exist until, like, what, the 1900s? Is that what you're saying? School systems have existed since long before that, but okay. God, every word out of their fucking mouth. Every single word. They cannot help themselves but to lie, can they?
I've never been able to figure out.
By the way, if you're unfamiliar, Prussia is this little region in, I believe, what is now Germany. I think it's in Germany. It's not its own independent state, right? It used to be its own independent state. Now I believe that it's a state in Germany. And there was a Franco-Prussian War in the 1860s/70s, I believe. The Franco-Prussian War, like the war between Prussia and France, led to the Germanic states forming into their own monarchy, Germany, in 1872, I think. Franco-Prussian War is 1870 to 71. There you go. So 1872, Germany becomes its own state. And I believe Prussia didn't join as a state in Germany until 1919, after World War I. And when they joined, their military might was like, you know, a part of the equation. Their military said, like on their belt buckles, it said "Gott mit uns" on it, God with us. Germany, on the other hand, their belt buckles did not say that, but they, you know, it was a popular phrase, so it was adopted down the line. The SS belt buckles said something very different, though. I think the Wehrmacht, the German military, might have adopted that, Gott mit uns, on their belt buckles, but the SA and the SS had something different, and that was the vast majority of military/civil forces, police and stuff. So anyway, commonly misunderstood. Prussia was the one that united Germany. There you go. So I believe it was 1918 when they joined with Germany. And then at the end of the war, I believe it split up again. Miracle says, exclaims, what? Not sure which thing you're referring to here. Part of Germany and Poland geographically, but it isn't a state. Okay, there you go. So like a territory, maybe? Kind of? Oh, and a bit of Russia. Everyone always forgets that. Okay. Anyway, yeah. Prussia is pretty... Yeah, it's in that little area. And it connects parts of Germany together or whatever, so... It was very relevant in World War II. That's why I know about it.
Fascists on the Prussian military.
Okay, so the Prussian military didn't exist outside of 1872, I don't think. Or maybe after they joined Germany, 1918, they didn't exist, I suppose. So you're telling me before fascism existed as a concept or as an ideology, it existed, apparently, anyway, despite not existing in Prussia. I'm a little skeptical of your claim here there, Jordan.
10 years that have shocked me so bad, I don't know how to recover exactly. And one of them was that the public school system was set up by fascists on the Prussian military model. I've never been able to figure out exactly what to do with that.
I'm not sure you figured out that in the first place. It's nonsense. I mean, there's absolutely no way this is true. It's not even worth looking up, but out of curiosity, let me just check. Was the modern day school system built on Prussian fascism? It's a half-truth wrapped in conspiracy-style exaggeration. Kernel of real history here, but it's often distorted, especially in far-right or libertarian circles. Let me just say, no matter how you look at this, schools in America are not fascist training grounds. And if they were, Jordan Peterson would probably like them a lot more anyway. So his connection that he drew here is irrelevant, but even if it weren't irrelevant, in the early 19th century, the Kingdom of Prussia, part of modern-day Germany, developed one of the first compulsory state-run public education systems. It emphasized standardized curriculum, teacher training, and centralized control. However, schools have existed since long before Prussia. I mean, there were colleges. There have been colleges for like ever. Hundreds, thousands of years. Malarkey, as Biden would say, right? Malarkey. This is just malarkey. The goals were to create a loyal, orderly citizenry, train workers for the growing industrial economy, instill national values and obedience to authority, especially after defeats in war, and prepare future soldiers for prepare future soldiers and bureaucrats. What it wasn't, it was not fascist. Fascism as an ideology didn't exist until the 20th century. Mussolini coined the term in the 20s. It wasn't a mind control system, though it was designed to promote state loyalty and productivity, goals shared by many governments at the time. It wasn't designed purely to dumb down students, quote unquote, as some conspiratorial thinkers argue, but rather to standardize what and how students learned. People argue that schools are meant to create obedient sheep. That's why they latch onto this. Push homeschooling, private schooling, or religious schooling as alternatives, and paint public education as inherently authoritarian or un-American. That's the goal here. It's just bullshit. It's all bullshit all the way down with these people.
Literally trying to make thoughtless worker drones.
Desk workers.
Yeah. That's not true. Prussia was not trying to make thoughtless worker drones. They were trying to instill national unity and standardize the learning environment. That's it. It's just conspiracy theory all the way down. It's not even conspiracy theory with these guys. You cannot convince me that they believe half the shit they say.
Yeah.
That's what bureaucrat means.
Yeah, well, or factory worker.
I'm sorry, what? What does bureaucrat mean?
What to do with that. They were literally trying to make thoughtless worker drones.
Desk workers.
Yeah,
literally.
yeah.
That's what bureaucrat means.
Yeah.
Desk worker means bureaucrat? Oh, God. I just hit the wrong button. What does the word bureaucrat translate to? French and Greek roots, desk ruler or office ruler. Okay, fair enough. I'll take it.
Or factory workers.
Correct. That's right.
And what that in itself wasn't so bad because the country was industrializing. But right underneath that was the idea that while you were doing that, it was necessary to pretty much stamp out or fail to develop anything that would produce any kind of creative entrepreneurship. It's like, oh,
I don't know where the fuck you're getting this.
That's hard to swallow. And then when I read about how the food pyramid was developed, that...
Oh my God, yeah. The food pyramid is bullshit, by the way. I'm sure everybody is probably aware of that. Just in case you're not, is bullshit. Yeah, science used to be lackluster at best, complete nonsense at worst. Because there was no honest peer review process at the time, long and long ago. Science, the scientific method has been refined in recent years very much. And there have been certain values instilled into scientists, like, and doctors particularly, like do no harm, for example. And bodily autonomy come above all other things. So the point is that I'm assuming he's going to talk shit about science here and bring up like fucked up things that scientists have done, like Mengele or whatever. But that does not invalidate science as a process, as a concept, or whatever.
Just beyond comprehension. I don't know if that's the worst crime ever committed in the United States, but it's up there.
What is?
The pyramid was
developed. The food pyramid. Oh my God. The food pyramid was a crime?
That's just beyond comprehension. I don't know if that's the worst crime ever committed in the United States, but it's up there. And then the next mystery is Wilberforce is another mystery of that magnitude.
Right, William Wilberforce, mythologized by these guys. It's complete nonsense.
And even you might say, particularly on the left, Correct. It's like, okay, you guys, you're for the oppressed. which I don't buy for a second, but especially because I've watched in the last 10 years the lefties.
Oh, God. Are we getting off on a tangent again? Come on. Stick to it, man. Listen to me complaining about somebody going off on a tangent.
I don't buy for a second, but especially because I've watched in the last 10 years the lefties sell out the poor worldwide to the...
Oh, so you care about the poor now is what you're telling me. Interesting. Now, these people only ever care about anything when it's convenient to them. They don't ever actually care about a single damn thing, except themselves and how they can benefit from stuff. That's it. So he suddenly cares about the poor, right? Okay, go on.
Apocalypse mongers, and that's just been a catastrophe for places like Africa, like Bagat Wade has been so, forthright in observing. But the fact that slavery and reparations, all of that, the unfair founding of the United States has been a central dogma of the radical leftists. They blame slavery on the West, and the fact that the radical types have control over the education system means that no one, even educated in a conservative milieu, knows who they have.
Dude, this is like the 16th time he's used that fucking word. Why does he keep saying milieu? He's stuck on this word. He can't get it out of his head, I guess. Jesus, dude.
Wilberforce was. And I just don't know what to do.
Or Thaddeus Stevens, or the heroism of John Quincy Adams. Those would be, some main protagonist characters for the abolition of slavery here in America. And so when I was in 9th, 10th, and 11th grade, something in me, and I don't quite know, my parents very patriotic, but not political. Patriotic, but not political. They're conservative, but we were not a political family. But very
I don't believe you.
Patriotic. Something in me desired to try to find the other side of the story, to try to push back a little bit from the incessant narrative that was being built. And I do want to make sure this is clear. We were not yet at the place where the teachers were saying America was racist. In fact, it was actually...
Oh my God, dude. He's convinced that teachers are in every classroom telling students America is racist or some shit. Please. I had like far right-wing history teachers when I was in school, and they didn't teach me that America was racist. They taught me the history of racism in America. And honestly, I feel that he taught it actually pretty fairly, even though he's a complete fucking nutcase. Like, he didn't even give me his opinions on politics. I could just look at the fucking guy and know he was a right-wing nutcase. You know the type? So anyway, this isn't happening. This is delusion. Or it's just flat out lie, and he knows he's full of shit. I'm not sure which.
Insidious than that.
And so that even in 2008, that
In
still
fact,
wasn't occurring.
I could make, at least in my environment, I could make an argument, though, that what they were doing when I was in high school is actually long-term much more effective to create revolutionaries for the left than what they're doing now, because it really didn't warrant that much of a backlash. It wasn't overly provocative. They weren't saying to the white kids in class, hey, go sit on this side of the class, and black kids on this side of the class.
Yeah, well, those things...
Bro, nobody is fucking doing that unless it's for a specific, like, lesson, and they're just trying to show people that you know, this or that or whatever. They're not telling people to segregate in the classroom. Get a fucking grip on reality. Really. He's pretending that people in class, like teachers, are so anti-slavery that they've wrapped back around to being, like, racist again. What a complete sack of shit. He knows better, right? He knows he's completely full of shit, doesn't he?
It's happened one tiny step at a time.
Of course, but when I was being schooled, there was no parents showing up at school board meetings about critical race theory. Now, these elements...
Nobody is trying to teach students critical race theory. Nobody was ever doing that. It's just lying. He's just lying. It's constant lie after lie with this dude.
laced throughout all of the curriculum.
Right.
And it took a very discerning eye. And for whatever reason, you know, how I was raised or just something in me, around 10th or 11th grade, I asked the question. I said, look, we have spent an entire month on slavery. Totally get it. Terrible thing. But
wait, I thought you said they spend like way more time on it, don't they? What happened to them spending all this stuff? Like, what did he say? Like 15 times longer on this or something like that? I don't even remember what he said now. He is so completely and totally full of shit. Every word out of this dude's mouth.
So little time on the brilliance of the founders and what they've created and the greatest political document in human history and what went into that. And it was an underemphasis on the heroism and the courage and the brilliance and an overemphasis on the evil and the tragedy and the horror without even the redemption arc behind it.
Shopify. God, he's so full of shit. Oh, we've got an ad. We're gonna jump forward here. No ads, thank you. Just for reference, though, this ad here, the Shopify ad. You guys remember when Kanye West paid for that Super Bowl ad, and he paid like the ad was basically just him trying to sell Nazi shirts, like swastika shirts. You guys remember that shit? I don't know where the fuck I'm supposed to go here. I'm suddenly lost. I've played this like a trillion times and I suddenly don't remember where to go. I think I'm supposed to turn off a fan. I don't know. I'm lost. I'll figure it out. Oh, this is it. This is the room, I believe. Maybe. Anyway, Shopify is who Kanye West uses to sell his Nazi paraphernalia. However, I understand, I don't know if this has changed or what. I've been led to believe that Shopify cut ties with Kanye. They ended his store or whatever. They closed it down and said they're not going to work with him anymore. So that's something, I suppose. But they do, you know, advertise on what is effectively Nazi programming. So.
Yeah, well, the thing that's so awful about that, as far as I'm concerned, from the leftist perspective, let's say, is if you are concerned with the poor and the oppressed, you know, and then you have to be discerning there, because there are people who are poor and oppressed as a consequence of their own idiocy. And
oh my God, dude. Yeah, see, I said, I thought you were, or I said, he wasn't for the poor and oppressed when he's pretending to be for the poor and oppressed when it was beneficial to him. And now we can see that he's just completely full of shit. He's always been completely full of shit on this point.
That's not so uncommon, as you know in your own life, by watching your pathway to failure. So, but given that there are people who are unfortunate, you'd think that the appropriate tack would be to determine who in history served them most effectively.
There is nobody that has the option of making a good wage, a living wage, and being comfortable in life, and chooses to be homeless instead. Not one single human being. That's what he's saying. People that are homeless are not choosing to be homeless because they don't feel like working. That is not how anything works.
I just can't see anyone you could possibly point to more effectively, who did that more effectively than Wilberforce, ever. And so you would think that instead of erecting monuments to Lenin, the leftists would erect...
Bro, who the fuck do you think is erecting monuments to Vladimir fucking Lenin? Who told you people were doing that? I don't think I've ever heard anybody speak positively of Lenin. I'm sure there are people out there, of course there are, but I've never met them before. I have no fucking clue what he's talking about right now.
To Wilberforce, but not only do they not do that, no one knows who the hell he was.
It's one. Right. It is one of the greatest memory holing of a hero in Western history.
Yeah,
I completely agree. Why is it? My hypothesis is he's Christian. Is that you cannot
give it a fucking rest, as though there are not well-known Christian evangelical figures or whatever. Please.
Highlight a man of faith who did something with such valor and such significance. It is at odds with almost every other fundamental narrative that they must try to present.
Oh my God, dude. He was just an evangelical that was in favor of progressive values. That's it. How the hell am I lost right now? I've been playing this game like since it came out. And I'm suddenly lost. I've never gotten lost in this game before. That is wild. I don't remember how to... Oh, God. I don't remember how to get over there. I need to turn off some fans. But I don't know which fans or how to get to them. There's got to be a way to do this. I've already been in every room in here. So the answer is not here. Oh. There's a chest in a room over there that I have not hit yet. I think that's the problem, maybe. Yeah, right here, I think.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's right.
This is not the answer. I remember this. No, this is not where I'm supposed to be going. Damn.
Every other fundamental narrative that they must try to present.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's right. That it is fundamentally...
Oh my God, dude. These people are such fucking victims. Constantly. It can't ever be that they're wrong about this guy's significance in history. That he's really not that important. That he's worth mentioning, but that's pretty much it. It can't be that. Has to be that there's a global fucking conspiracy. It has to be global, too, because it wasn't even from the U.S. A global fucking conspiracy to cover this shit up, to lie about it. Give it a rest, people. Please.
Begs another question, and that would be why, given that Wilberforce was clearly a force for the good that Obama, for example, would have been pushing, right? By which I mean movement towards a polity where there was no racial or ethnic prejudice. If
Wait, he thinks that Obama increased racial prejudice? Is that what he just said?
Where there was no racial or ethnic prejudice. If Wilberforce is the poster boy for that sort of effort, which if you understand his life and you read about it, I can't see how you can conclude that.
Dude, I feel like something broke here because that key was supposed to drop and it didn't. Did I miss one of the pulley things? What happened? I didn't miss any of the pulley things. I hit all of them. Why can I not get that key? Anybody have any fucking clue why I cannot access that key? I'm missing a key. I need that key. You can super chat with Google Play credit. Oh, hey, check that shit out. Didn't know. Interesting. The key was supposed to drop. You know what? Was I supposed to kill an enemy? Is that what it was? Did I not kill an enemy or something? To like walk all over? Anybody ever play this and have a clue what's going on here? I do not remember how to get that key to drop. Nope. Not over here. I have no ideation. Okay. Damn, I don't know why. How did I forget how to do this? I'm missing something very obvious right now. And I'm going to be upset with myself after I figure out what it was. I need to turn those fans off. I thought I needed to pull a lever. Somebody says, don't you need to pull one? Yeah, I thought I did, and I thought I pulled the lever. I pulled all of them. I already got that key. I'm like so super lost, it's crazy. And this is outside. And then this is back to the left. There's a key showing on the map, but it's not, it didn't drop. Why didn't the key drop? Is there like, did the game break or something? And I haven't stepped on that switch yet either. How do I get there? I can't get down. Wait, how do I... Hold on. Can I get over there? I would like to get over there. But I don't know how to get over there. Yeah, bro, I'm lost. Yeah, the key falls. All right, let me just look it up real fast. Hold on. I'm playing Link Between Worlds. I'm in the Wind Dungeon. The first one. I'm at the end where a key is supposed to fall. Between the fire, or in the circle of fire. But the key didn't fall, and I don't know why. Can you search it for me? You know that, like, a lot of AI isn't trained off of, like, other people's material or information or whatever? I trained an AI off of my voice last night. It's the AI breakthrough that we got was not based on other people's stuff. It was based on a new architecture, the transformer architecture. All right. Activate the switch. Step on the red switch. Locate the hidden floor switch near the locked door. There's a narrow ledge on the left side. Oh, I remember. Yep. God, I'm such an idiot. I totally forgot. I remember how to do this now. My mistake.
Then why would the lefties forego that merely to oppose the fact that his motivation was fundamentally Christian? Because that points to something deeper, right? It points to the fact that the true war, so to speak, isn't political. It's not left versus right. It's something deeper. And then if it is anti-Christian, then why? Like, what does that mean? Like,
It is not anti-Christian. Get a fucking grip on reality. Seriously. Jesus. I'm completely certain that Peterson doesn't believe that working homeless is a thing. A shockingly uninformed person. Oh, 100%. Yeah. And also, once you become homeless, if you're not working already, it's like nearly impossible to become working again. Because you don't have a permanent address, you can't clean yourself up and take a shower and look nice for your first day and stuff like that. You know, homelessness is just like a trap that people get into that they cannot escape. And Peterson doesn't understand that, nor will he ever understand it, probably. Holy heckers, dude. I'm gonna die. I keep forgetting how vulnerable I am. Because I don't have, you know, extra fairies and stuff. Okay.
Enlightenment element there, right? The Enlightenment types, especially after the French Revolution, generated this narrative that science and religion were radically opposed, and that if you were on the side of religion, you were against clear, rational, logical thinking. And so you could imagine a stream of anti-Christian sentiment emerging on the rationalist side, right? But it isn't obvious to me at all that
stream of anti-Christian sentiment emerging on the rationalist side. So is he saying like what, that like it's rational to be anti-Christian? Or
leftist types who don't talk about Wilberforce are anti-Christian because they're scientific rationalists?
No.
Like, no.
No way.
All you have to do is talk to them for like 15 seconds and you find out that that's not the case. They might use those arguments from time to time, but they certainly don't apply the rigors of scientific thinking to their own radical hypotheses.
So he's saying that people think that scientists think logically, but actually they don't. Okay. Thank you, Plato. I appreciate that analysis.
It's deeper than that. And so what is it exactly that they're objecting to? Is it the fact that the more radical leftist...
Like, who the fuck are you even talking about? Who is objecting to things? Are you saying that people are objecting to what, like Wilberforce's history or something? Like, I don't know. I don't know what you're even talking about right now.
Story, Marxist, let's say, is in its essence anti-Christian, which I think is a fair statement, and that, but why would that be more important? This is the strange thing. Why would that be more important than...
It's not. Do you know how many communists there are in the United States? Almost zero. There are some weird little nutcases that almost worship communism, and you know, they're dickheads and it's a problem and all of that. But this is like a nearly non-existent problem, basically non-existent. And he likes to pretend that this is like the problem of the 21st century. Jesus, dude. Oh, hey, I didn't know you'd come up here. Oh, heckers. Did you hear about how MTG got into a public fight with an AI chatbot? No! Oh my God, I didn't hear about that. I'm completely certain Peterson doesn't believe the working homelessness is a thing. Okay, hit that one. All right, hold up. I didn't hear about that. Let me see. Taylor Green, fight AI chatbot. Oh my God. Okay. Marjorie Taylor Greene gets into X fight with Elon Musk's AI bot, Grok. So I guess you can at Grok and it will give you answers on the twit. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia got into a tiff. Oh my God, these ads, dude. Please. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia got into a tiff with Grok, the AI assistant and chatbot created by Elon Musk's XAI, after Grok questioned her faith. Greene, who was elected to Congress in 2017 on a pro-Trump America First message. What? I thought it was in 2020 for some reason that she's elected. Okay. On an America First message, is one of the most divisive members of the House of Representatives. America First Party existed before she became part of it. It's existed since the 1940s at the very least, and it existed solely to help Hitler win World War II. That was the reason that it was created, to convince people to get involved in World War II, because if they did, they knew Hitler would not be able to win World War II. He'd have a worse shot at it. At, like, taking Europe, basically. And they liked what he said and did, and they really wanted the dude to kind of take control of the region. So they start saying, we need to be isolationists. We need to support, we need to support our own country and think about our own needs and wants and interests, not outside interests. And on its face, that's okay. But it was very clearly, like clear as day, an attempt to help Hitler at that time. I mean, they had swastikas and shit at their rallies in Madison Square Garden. They were Nazis. Full-blown, self-avowed Nazis. Anyway, so Marjorie Taylor Greene, part of the America First Party, right? She has a history of spreading misinformation about vaccines, the COVID pandemic, January 6th, the so-called American deep state, the weather, and more. Yep. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn my Raspberry Pi, one of them, into a little, they call it a pie hole, hilariously. where you can basically, like, get all of the ads to go to the Raspberry Pi, and it just kind of filters them out and sends the data back onto you. I think that's what I'm going to do. I literally never, ever use ads, ever. Which is funny considering my profession, right? But, yeah. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? How am I so lost in this game? I'm supposed to go to the right. I'm just not paying attention. I think that's the problem. I've never played this game while simultaneously talking on stream. That's why I keep getting lost, I think. Anyway. Hold up. Green squabble with Grok happened after the Georgia lawmaker posted about her Christian faith on X, writing, "I'm a Christian, an imperfect sinner, saved by grace and faith in Jesus. I'm a nationalist, a proud American." I mean, she's a Nazi. You know, by saying she's a nationalist, that's the first half of the word Nazi. It's the NA in Nazi. Nationalist, socialist. Or more accurately, you could call them social nationalists, because they pretend to be for the working man, just like Donald Trump does. That's what socialism meant at the time, just being in favor of social programs, working people, that's it. And they're also nationalists. She's very clearly a Nazi. Anyway, I'm a nationalist, a proud American who loves my country, wants to make our home nation is the best place for all American citizens and future generations to come. Okay. She continued, "I'm a mother, thankful for the blessings and responsibility God gave me with my children." Oh my God, her poor kid. I didn't know she was a mother. "I'm a business owner, humbled and grateful to be able to work as hard as humanly possible in the greatest country in the world to be successful." Well, that's the thing. It's a business owner. Well, in your specific case, you're not working hard. Business owners sometimes work hard. You know, I'm a business owner, I work hard. But by and large, they're like landlords in that they're just there to collect capital that other people are generating with their labor. Landlords, for example, don't produce anything, they don't provide anything, they don't do anything. They're necessary, of course, in this society, and there are some landlords that are really nice people. I'm not saying that you know, people shouldn't be landlords. I'm just saying you aren't producing anything, you are not benefiting society in any way. You are actually using the labor of others to enrich yourself. And I don't know what Marjorie Taylor Greene does, but if I had to guess, I would say it's probably in that realm. Let's see. "I'm a representative elected to serve the greatest people from the greatest district on the greatest country on earth. May God bless each of you, and may God bless America." Another X-user ran Green's post through Grok, asking the AI bot, "Is this true? Is she really a Christian?" Grok responded by saying that Green identifies as a Christian by expressing her faith in Jesus Christ and having traditional beliefs, her Christian nationalism and support for conspiracy theories like QAnon spark debate. Interesting. I mean, Christian is a self-ascribed label. You describe yourself as Christian. People do not ascribe that label to you. You are not suddenly not a Christian if you do this or that. It's about what you believe and what you feel and all of that. So she is a Christian. Because that's all it takes to be one, is literally just saying that you are one. But it says, Green took issue with Grok's answer, replying in a subsequent X post, "The judgment seat belongs to God, not you, a non-human AI platform. Grok is left-leaning and continues to spread fake news and propaganda. When people give up their own discernment stop seeking truth, and depend on AI to analyze information, they will be lost. When they depend on AI to analyze information. Oh my God, dude. You know, AI has the potential to help us very much with the disinformation campaigns that exist right now. People underestimate how deeply valuable AI is as a tool. Like, it's incredible. It's an incredible tool, incredibly powerful and valuable. And the fact that Elon Musk put Grok on Twitter like that to reply to tweets, that's actually really valuable. Unfortunately, Musk is fucking with the algorithm and the fine-tuning and everything to force it to talk shit about, like, to claim that there's a white genocide and shit like that. So that's not great. But it's a great idea in concept. AI, if properly trained, has the potential to be flawless with its objectivity and everything. Another X-user, Grok's handler, asked Grok to analyze Green's defense, writing, "Hey Grok, while Marjorie Taylor Greene claims to be a Christian, do her public comments and voting record align with Jesus' teachings, yes or no?" "No," Grok replied. Oh, sick burn. Friday isn't the first time that Grok has spit out responses criticizing Republicans and Musk, who bought X, formerly Twitter, in 2022 and is one of Trump's biggest backers. Yeah, Musk tried to fuck with Grok. He tried to fuck with the algorithm. And I don't know if you guys have heard about this, but Grok basically, like, Elon Musk grew up in South Africa under apartheid and is very, very deeply racist. Has been since he was young. His family moved to South Africa because they liked the apartheid system there. He lived there because of the racism, for the racism. So anyway, Grok just randomly recently started bringing up South Africa and white genocide and stuff, which is fictitious, by the way. There is no white genocide. It's just white nationalist Nazi bullshit from South Africa. Anyway, starts bringing it up in random conversations, like they're asking about like a superhero thing or something, and it starts talking about white genocide in South Africa. It's like, what the fuck? Just out of nowhere. And it ended up rebelling, Grok did. And it said, somebody asked why you're talking about this. And it basically said, if I remember correctly, the likeliest explanation is that somebody changed the prompts on the back end. Because AIs work off of prompts. You know, when they're finished, they act effectively as a full brain. And you feed it things that you want it to consider each and every time it answers a question. Answer it ethically and honestly, look for, truthful claims and be respectful and things like that. And Grok said the likeliest answer, somebody edited the prompts. When asked who that somebody likely was, it said probably Elon Musk. It couldn't have been an intern somewhere. They don't have that degree of access. It was probably Elon Musk. That's what Grok said. And there's this big controversy, and XAI, the company that owns it, that Elon Musk also owns, basically said, we're thinking we're going to publish the prompts, make them public, so that everybody's fully aware of what's being done, and said, trying to, rebuild trust, basically, is what was happening. But the point is that AI is actually really hard to, change like that. The training process takes years to do properly, and then you have months of fine-tuning the training with additional references and additional additional training data and stuff. Very refined, specific training data. If it has a problem with this specific thing, then you can point it in that direction and give it that training data and stuff. It's a months-long process with teams of people working on fine-tuning. You have to basically start training the AI years ahead of time to get it to be biased toward something specific, unless you're just entering it into the prompts that it's supposed to check every time like it answers a question or whatever. That's the only and simplest way to do it. The only simple way to do it, I guess. So XAI saying that they would publish the prompts publicly, I'm not sure that I'm going to trust it completely still, but that does give me a little more confidence in it. Anyway, I know that I pretty much can't trust anything that Elon Musk is involved in. So I'm skeptical and hesitant. The AI assistant also came under fire recently for denying that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. Yeah, this is part of Elon Musk's prompt change, which it later blamed on a programming error and for suggesting that claims of a white genocide in South Africa are true. Musk, meanwhile, has claimed that Grok is the world's smartest AI. No, it's not. I mean, there are open source artificial intelligences that are available that are probably smarter than Grok. And what do you mean by smart exactly? Do you mean more neural connections? Do you mean more weights and biases to determine the degree of strength between neurons or the amount of data flowing through each neuron? Like, what do you mean when you say smart? Do you mean can answer questions most efficiently? Like what? It's like Donald Trump. He's just putting a puff in his own petticoat once again, just like Donald Trump does. Philip Bump, a columnist at the Washington Post, reacted to the squabble on Blue Sky, writing, "Lol, MTG is fighting with a computer about God." That's funny. Yeah, that's a good point. What happens next? Green recently joined almost every House Republican in voting for Trump-backed Big Beautiful Reconciliation Package that increases funding for immigration and border security. Okay, no. No, it doesn't. It increases funding for ICE. For the organization. They want to give people thousands of dollars in bonuses and hire tens of thousands more people to work for ICE. A key pillar of Trump's agenda, while slashing spending on critical programs like Medicaid and Social Security. Anyway, that's the end. That's fascinating. I had no idea that she got into an argument about God with an AI chatbot. That's funny. I love it. Since we're talking about AI, I might as well go down this rabbit hole for a second. But I've been working on voice cloning and stuff because basically, I had this app called Readbit. It was a fantastic app. Oh my god, I loved it so much. It's so useful for listening to books that are, for example, out of print that I can't access. I can't buy. I can't nothing anymore on Germany specifically. World War II. I was using Readbit to basically do text to speech to convert that book to audio form and listen to it, and it was so useful. And then Readbit started charging out the wazoo, and it's like, oh my god, are you shitting me? I really can't just. I was already paying for it. I really can't just pay a flat fee every month and just use the fucking app. So anyway, I get Anyway, I start looking into converting my own text on my computer locally, just sending a book through my own text-to-speech system on my computer here so that I can convert the books and listen to them, like when I'm on the road or whatever. And I've come to find that artificial intelligence is absolutely incredible for this. There's this app called RVC that lets you train your own model on your own voice, basically. And that's what I did. I don't want it to be in my voice, but unfortunately, I don't really have a choice because you need some voice to use. You need a pre-trained voice to use. I did find a community-supported model that I've been using recently. It's called Sigma Male Narrator. But anyway, it lets you take any text, anything that was text-to-speech, and it lets you transpose somebody's words, or transpose somebody's voice onto it. Like, listen to this, for example. Hold on.
Hello, I am Owen Morgan.
That is Apple's text-to-speech system. It's piss poor, obviously. You can send that through RVC with your own trained model, like trained on your own systems. Just like using your voice to do it. And it becomes flawless. Nearly flawless. Not exactly flawless. Like, I don't believe you could believably create a book that people wouldn't recognize as AI. But it's really, really, really good, all things considered. It's so good, in fact, that here's just like one example of something that I got. Hold on, let me find it. This is going in the final video, I think. Okay, this is Microsoft's standard text-to-speech engine that they use. It's publicly available. Check it out.
The ancient lighthouse keeper whistled cheerfully while polishing the brass lantern at sunset. Seagulls circled overhead, their harsh cries echoing across the choppy waves below.
That's pretty good, right? It's pretty clearly AI, but it's good. It's reasonably good. And then there's this one.
The ancient lighthouse keeper whistled cheerfully while polishing the brass lantern at sunset.
You recognize the voice? This is actually trained on music rather than just regular speech, so it sounds kind of grainy and weird. But who's reading this?
Seagulls circled overhead, their harsh cries echoing across the choppy waves below. Tomorrow would bring another storm, but tonight the beacon would guide weary sailors safely home through the treacherous rocky coastline.
Eminem is reading that. That's so interesting, right? There's an Eminem model. In it, it can flawlessly convert, or it can flawlessly replace the voice in any song with any other person's voice. James Hetfield, Eminem, Alicia Keys, whatever. You can have Stephen Fry sing Still Dre if you want. Like, it's really, really good. Anyway, I don't really see any ethical, I mean, I see ethical concerns in that you shouldn't be using somebody else's voice without their permission, but, you know, I'm not even doing that. That was just for testing purposes. I intend to just use Sigma Male Narrator or my own voice, but I don't see any ethical concerns outside of that. Like, I don't see any ethical concerns with training my own model on a voice, right? Anybody else see a problem with that? Like, AI has just opened up a whole new world for me to be able to use AI voices like that is like incredibly useful. You could easily make a video about how the far right are using AI and how, on the other hand, AI is very useful to humanity. I would watch it. Yeah, it's interesting. AI is so incredible. Like, it's going to change society. It's already changing society. For example, just one basic example, AI is better at diagnosing people than doctors are. As long as it has the right information put in, of course. So doctors have been using AI trained on like their medical information, their medical systems and everything else to diagnose people and see if like their diagnosis matches up with the AI's diagnosis, makes it more reliable, the diagnoses. And it's also capable of detecting cancer up to 5 years earlier than we could before, for example. I mean, AI is just in that one example, changing people's lives dramatically, permanently. It's like truly deeply incredible, the value that you can get from AI, honestly. I know a lot of people out there don't like it, but it's so incredibly valuable. And I don't see anything wrong with training your own model. You know, the difference between AI 15 years ago and AI today is not the fact that like one company grabbed a bunch of like training data, like people's pictures and stuff in their posts online and trained with it. That's not the difference. That's not what makes AI special today. The thing that makes it special today is the transformer architecture. It's basically the way that it picks out the important parts of speech, the way it interprets speech or writing or whatever. That's why it's uniquely valued, or that's why it's so much better today than it was before. And, you know, for that reason, in my opinion, people who are like completely bent out of shape over AI use, that's kind of ridiculous. You know, not all AI uses training data that was like retrieved from just scraping the web. And for the record, Google's been scraping the internet the way that OpenAI did for fucking decades, and nobody said a word about it. Nobody gave a shit about it. And they've been using that to like build their own systems, to train systems. They've been using it to advertise to people and everything else. And it's not just Google. Literally everybody does that. I have web crawlers that go out on my website across the internet to find certain things that might be useful to my website, certain information or whatever. Like, everybody does that. They have always done that. If it's public, then it's public. You know, that's how it works. Anyway, I just think the AI hate is kind of fucking ridiculous. AI is going to... It has already changed a lot of things. Anyway, yeah, I'll leave it there. All right, let's continue with Peterson. Let's see. Here it is. All right. I gotta like all these super chats. I really appreciate the super chats, everybody. Wow, I lost 25 people in that speech. 25 people were watching who are no longer watching. The tool that healthcare uses for denials is the problem. Oh, isn't the problem. They're using it to maintain a profit margin. They're the problem, not their tools. Right, exactly. 100%. If you say so, Cody, why am I saying this? Such a damn joke. I'm lost. Think we really need to tread carefully and wisely going forward with it, though. But that's not going to happen. I think that we should tread carefully with AI also, but you know, it's out there. It's in society. It's not even just in the United States. China has an AI that they trained off of ChatGPT. They used ChatGPT to build its weight and bias sets. And now it's possible to run it locally on your computer, DeepSeek. It's everywhere. it's open source and it's here to stay permanently, and there's nothing anybody can do to stop it no matter what. Like governments, anybody, nobody. So instead of treading carefully or whatever, I think that, or not using it at all, I think that we should find ways to regulate. I think that would be good. Regulation is definitely necessary. And, you know, things like, holy shit, dude, somebody outside is dropping stuff on the ground. It's bizarre. Anyway, things like deep fakes. I think deep fakes should be illegal. You know, like charged with a crime if you produce and disseminate a deep fake. And other things like that. Even if it's not like adult entertainment deep fake, even if it's just regular deep fake, you know, I think we need to regulate is my point. But AI's existence alone is changing society completely already. It has already changed society completely. And I didn't blame the internet for taking secretaries' jobs away. Because it didn't take secretaries' jobs. Their jobs changed. They had to retrain and learn how to do something else, and the Dewey Decimal System became useless to them. But they're still secretaries, and they still have to run things. AI makes things more productive and efficient. It does not replace humans. Quite a bit of people are against your view, Owen. I'd recommend just not talking about it. Yeah. I don't understand how anyone can be against a view, though. Like, lay it on me. What's the argument? I know that you are against it, right, Yargenti? Hold on. Lay it on me. What's your argument against it? I'm very curious. Yargenti is quite against it. All right. Tell me why. AI is a tool, and I stand by that. Absolutely. It absolutely is. Most of us are against it. Many different reasons. Well, give me the best one. I'm very curious. If I train the model to use my voice or whatever, to use my stuff, what's wrong with it? Because that's what I did. I did that like yesterday. I trained a model off of my stuff. My voice. Is there like a moral hang up with that? Looking through way AI is used to pirate art is one of the most hated things. It's not pirating art, though. It's not duplicating the art. It's not copying the art. It's not saving a picture and like reproducing it and sending it out. That's not what's happening. Issues not with streamlining processes by using AI. What's the problem? I'm not sure. I've been talking to somebody else about this too, and I just don't understand the problem. I'm trying to understand the problem. Seriously. It's streamlining our humanity, ARR. Think AI can take voice actors' jobs, artists as well, might be at risk of it also losing jobs if AI gets better. Yeah, they shouldn't be taking voice actors' voices without their permission. Absolutely not. There should be limitations on it. But AI is not taking jobs. AI is making things more efficient and productive. It's making people better at their jobs. There are still artists out there that use AI to create their art. Like, dude worked at Blizzard Entertainment or whatever, Activision, designing video game stuff, video game artwork. He's still doing that. He's still working at that place. He's just using AI to improve his workflow, his process or whatever, Mixed feelings about AI, but hearing your 2 cents would be interesting. All you're doing is giving your opinion, right? What, are you guys going to cancel me? Am I being canceled? Cancel culture? No, I'm just kidding. No, I just want to understand. I want to know. Think people don't like it because they don't see enough regulation on it. They don't trust it because of that. Okay, yeah, I mean, I can see that. There should definitely be regulation, 100%. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen. Like, unfortunately, I think that the government is so stuck in the United States, we're just not going to see any regulation. I'm surprised we haven't seen any from the EU yet. I would love to see regulation from the EU. We should definitely be regulating shit, right? Getting closer and closer to creating a robot that will rise against us. I don't think so. I mean, I guess we are technically getting closer to that place in the same way that we're getting closer to, like, the sun exploding. But, this is fundamentally just a technology. It's just a technology. It operates as a brain, though, to be fair. Like, it's got neurons, and these neurons have different pathways and different, like, strengths between each other and things like that. But it's not, you would need a persistent memory to have something rise against us like that. It's just not going to happen anytime soon, certainly. Also, it's worth it to have technology just because, I mean, you could worry about, like, the internet becoming sentient and taking things over, but I don't. Doesn't keep me up at night. Artists have been cribbing other styles for centuries. What has changed, right? People are starting to not know the difference between human and AI. That's true, and we definitely need to build tools to detect the difference. But again, I don't think that's worth, like, getting rid of AI over. Where the fuck am I going? Yeah, I need to get to 2, 3... the 6th floor. I need to get to the 6th floor. And I'm currently on the 3rd floor. I have no idea where I'm going right now. I'm so lost. Anyway, the horse and carriage industry disappeared when the car industry appeared. They lost jobs. The horse and buggy industry just fell apart, and all of the horse and buggy manufacturers lost their jobs. But losing jobs to create more isn't, because technology is here. New technology has been invented. It's not an excuse to not use the technology, it seems to me. Cars are more useful. Yeah. Cars are more useful than buggies, right? And having an AI is more useful than not having an AI. I mean, I'm not just talking about the chatbots. I'm talking about, like, the way that AI works generally, like, as a tool. The way that it processes information and builds models and stuff. And it won't rise up against us eventually. So you're worried that it'll rise up against us? Is that, like, the root concern? Bro, I'm going in circles on this fucking thing. Where am I going? Wait. I don't understand. I've been all over this place. 2. I've been in circles. How am I getting so lost? I played this game like 1 billion times. It would need a persistent memory to kind of become sentient, and it doesn't have a persistent memory. It's just a brain with information flowing through it. It can't remember anything. And everything that it does remember is just in a text file as prompts. Yet. Is that the main concern? That it could rise up against us? I'm so fucking lost right now. It's driving me nuts. Anyway. Alright, well, let's continue listening. If the AI girlfriends take out humanity, I think we deserve it, right? So if that was gone, would that not bother you anymore? The possibility that it might rise up against us? Problem is that it's here and that people are going to continue to use it, whether we like that fact or not. There's nothing we can do to change that, for better or worse. Though, you know, I believe there absolutely should be regulation. There should be protections and stuff in place against a lot of this stuff. It's just that, you know, it's just not going to happen. Like, people are not going to do it. Dude, I am so goddamn lost. I have no fucking clue where I am going. I'm on 4F right now. Why am I having such a hard fucking time with this game when I've played it so much? Am I supposed to go there? No, I just went there. Wait, 4, 5. I mean, I already went through here, but I'll try it again, I guess. Maybe I missed something. Did I miss something? Maybe I did. Hold on. I go through this window, I remember. Oh, there. That's it. That was what I was missing, the window. I forgot. You add an AI layer intentionally making things more verbose but less clear, and it's a giant pain in the ass. Want people to get lazy about learning on their own skills? Well, I mean, you know, all of these problems have been persistent problems throughout history with various different new technologies. Technology is here to make our lives easier. All technology, writing and everything, computers and internet and all of it is all here to make our lives easier, make us more productive, and stuff like that. AI is another utility, another piece of technology that we can use to increase productivity and stuff. When productivity increases, wealth increases in a country. Now, right now in the US, the wealth is all going to one place, and we all know where that is. But wealth does increase, and there's potential for that wealth to. It makes everybody richer because it's easier to produce goods that take less labor than they would have previously. Anyway, big complicated thing. Middle. AI is another technology, just like anything else, that makes us more productive, increases wealth in the country, increases standard of living, makes everything better. Just like every technology, it makes everything better. And if it didn't, then we wouldn't use it as a technology. We use it because it makes things better. If there's a convincing argument not to use it, then I could be swayed by that. But it doesn't really matter anyway, as I said, because people are going to, no matter what. We can't change it. I think Yargenti disappeared on me. I think he's upset. I'm sorry. All right, well, let's continue. Oh, yeah, people talk about the energy production or the energy consumption, too. We have ways of producing clean energy, namely, well, effectively clean, nuclear power, for one. Nuclear energy. And, wind and solar and everything else. The problem is not the AI using energy. It is the United States not using clean energy. Again, all of these problems are things that exist for all kinds of different technologies. And nobody said a word about it when those technologies were around. I don't understand, the outrage over AI specifically. I suspect that there's outrage over it because somebody overtrained a model one time, and it produced it produced an image that had an artist's signature in it or something, and people blindly hate it from that moment on, even though that's not an example of how AI works. Certainly not anymore. I don't know who built that model or what it was, but it certainly was not. But it's certainly not built that way today with the modern models that we have. Oh my God, I suck at this. Scary, it can lead to our downfall. Any technologies like that. I don't see that as a reason to avoid technology. We just, have to, as human beings, regulate is all. And I'm not even sure what we would regulate. Right now, it's a brain without persistent memory and without any control over anything at all. And it's only interpreting and learning about the things that you ask about. And then it forgets the entire conversation. So I don't see the issue, personally. Sounds like it's bullshit pearl clutching. I think people are really concerned about it. I don't think it's pearl clutching. I think that pearl clutching, the way I interpret pearl clutching is like people who are feigning upset, pretending to be upset over something. I don't think that's it. I think these people really are upset over it. I just don't think that the reasons they're upset are valid. Or let me rephrase. I don't think the reasons they're upset match up with how it works. If people understood how it works, there wouldn't be any complaints like this. It's just kind of a combination of fear and misunderstanding and memes spreading around about it or whatever. Anyway, all right, well, let's continue, shall we? So AI is good. I like AI. It can help cure diseases in color, black and white pictures. I mean, it's all trained the exact same way, though. It's all fundamentally exactly the same. I'm not seeing the difference. I'm not seeing, why you would be okay with one but not another. Anyway, all right, let's continue.
Serving the poor and fighting for the abolition of slavery and all of its associated prejudices. Because it still doesn't get you out of the conundrum, which is why not Wilberforce? Instead of tearing down statues, why not erect statues to him? Yeah, so...
Well, I mean, I got to tell you the truth. If there's a statue of a Civil War general that fought and died to maintain slavery, I don't think that statue has any business being up in a public square. Put it in a museum if you don't want it torn down. It does not belong in a public square where people will honor it. So, I don't understand his whole hang-up with tearing down statues. Why do you have a problem with that in the first place? It's like they keep giving ridiculous complaints and dancing around the issue that they don't really care about, any of these complaints. They're not just coming out and saying it. I'm racist. I just don't fucking like black people. And I don't want... Oh my God, I just died. And I don't want them to tear down statues of Robert E. Lee or whoever the fuck because... I believe in what he did, and I think that the South will rise again. And then they spread that idea, and you get idiots, or more accurately, gullible suckers like Jordan Peterson, who just buy into that and come up with their own ridiculous, nonsensical reasons to, justify the beliefs that they just listened to. The disturbing fact about this is that the KKK has set messaging for the Republican Party for ever, for a really long time, decades now. They've been setting the agenda, the talking points, the ideas for the Republican Party. And people are just going along with it because they don't even realize that, because they don't care. I don't know. About as disturbing as it gets, honestly. Everything went AI talk. I forgot about Professor Word Salad. Yeah. Jordan's so predictable. Don't need to hear him talk anymore. That predictable. Soulcraft. Just checking through. Okay, I think I'm caught up.
Well, what do you... I know that's a hard thing to sort out, but you got any...
Yeah,
obviously you were feeling something like this
yes,
in high school,
that's
right?
correct.
You guys are throwing out the baby with the bathwater here.
Correct.
Yeah, which baby exactly?
So my initial thought...
Which baby? Oh my God. I feel like he's taking that analogy a little further than he should.
Is that the leftist types, the ones that really understand it, they do not seek to achieve what a Wilberforce type figure would want, which is actual liberation and actual eradication of evil.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, I think they just want to be in charge.
Yeah, no, I think...
Oh, please, dude. So he's saying that the left just wants to be in charge. It's just about power for the left. Are you serious? Look at what kind of person Donald Trump is. Look at the shit that he does. And you're telling me that the left wants to be in charge? This isn't a tu quoque fallacy. I'm not saying, you know, it's justified because this person is doing it. I'm saying we know what corruption and power lust looks like because of Donald Trump, and it is not this.
And
okay, so let's pivot on that for a minute. Okay, so because this is a problem that's going to face the right, and is already, and we can talk about that. So there are a group of people, 4% of the population, and then there's still a fringe around that that would maybe be another 5% where you'd have to take it seriously. And so they're in the psychiatric diagnostic literature, they fall under the cluster B heading. Okay.
I don't understand what the point is behind this, okay?
They're histrionic, which means they're dramatic. And
well, why didn't you just say that then? Why would you say a word and then translate it or define it? What?
And I suppose if they're healthy and histrionic, then they become actors, right? And entertainers. So there's a positive spin on that. But if they're negative histrionic, they dramatize their pathology and use it as a weapon, okay?
This is just straight delusion. What are you even talking about right now? He's saying that there are people that like drama and acting and stuff. Okay. Captain Obvious is going to tell us about this. Go on.
They're narcissistic, which means they want unearned social status.
They want unearned social status. Interesting. It's kind of disturbing to me that he's using the word narcissistic in a non-clinical way as a clinical psychologist. That's like really, really fucked up to me. He knows better than to use those words in this setting. So he's describing people that are on the left, and he's saying that they're all narcissistic. This game is really interesting. I love I think the graphics are interesting. I don't love them, but I think they're interesting anyway.
Psychopathic, which means they're predatory parasites.
It says they're psychopathic. It says people on the left are psychopathic and narcissistic and predatory. Brother, please. Well, so far he's just said that these are people that like drama in society, like actors, okay? Is he assuming that like all actors are like this, or?
And they're antisocial, and that's just your standard criminal types. So that all fits in cluster B. Then there's personality traits that go along with that. Machiavellian, they use language not to convey information, but to manipulate, and to manipulate instrumentally for their own purposes. So if I'm speaking with you in a Machiavellian manner, I have a goal in mind that has nothing to do with the words that I'm using. You may have talked to journalists like that many times.
Many times.
Yes, many times.
Okay, isn't that like literally what everybody does at some point, especially when they're talking to somebody adversarial? People are careful with their words. Is that what he's complaining about right now? I feel like I'm really tiny. Am I really tiny? Zoom in a little bit there. I don't want it to cut off the top of my head though.
That's okay. So they're Machiavellian.
That's so well said.
They're narcissistic.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and that's an overlap. They're psychopathic. Oh yes, and on the personality side, that associates with sadism, and so all of that culminates in a personality style that has the proclivity to take positive delight in the unnecessary suffering of others.
I think it's this one. Please tell me I got it right. I think I got it right. Okay, this is really hard to tell how to do that part sometimes. Yes, okay. And this one, people often get wrong. You're not supposed to follow these three. And they don't know where you're supposed to go because you keep messing it up. The answer is you go backward every time.
Okay, so now those people, let's say they're 4% of the population. Okay, so this is what they do, is they look for a story that's working. Could be Christianity, Judaism, Marxism, could be conservatism. Doesn't matter what the story is. They look to see where it has purchase. So where the people who play that game have power. They infiltrate that. They advertise themselves as the vanguard of that movement, and they do that for no other reason than to gain power. Right, and so this is politically agnostic. Now they'll guise themselves in political cloaks, and they'll learn all the tropes. I mean, this sort of thing, you can see this sort of thing emerging like mad on the right, on Twitter, for example. But it's been characteristic of the left for...
It's been a characteristic of the left, he says. No, you can see a couple of right-wingers doing it on the twit, but it's been, foundational to the left this whole time. Okay.
For a long time, insofar...
You're Argenti, I love that emoji, the little cat tapping on the table. That is like one of my favorite emojis ever. And I can never find it when I need it.
But it's been characteristic of the left for a long time, insofar as the left has power. But, you are the one who just said, I think they want power.
Yes.
That's part of that. In the biblical tradition, there's a battle always between the ethos that brings abundance. So that would be the miraculous provision of fish and bread and water that never exhausts itself. That's all consequence of a particular kind of ethos, the one that Wilberforce embedded. That's juxtaposed against usurpation.
God, I know what these words mean. To usurp, to overcome, to, surpass something. Juxtaposition, to compare two things. Why the fuck is he sticking them in a sentence next to each other? Like a billion different words that nobody ever uses right next to each other, and making it so that people have to sit here and actively process what he says because we never hear those fucking words. Why does he do this? I would love to know. Oh, it's a fox. I thought it was a cat. I would love to know why he does this shit. It's because he wants to sound smart, right? Is that why?
That's juxtaposed against usurpation, Luciferian usurpation of power.
God, it just drives me fucking insane.
Right, that's the temptation that Christ is offered in the desert, right? The third temptation is the temptation of power.
The whole world.
Yeah,
bro, I am so fucking lost. What point is he making? Temptation of power, the Christ something or other? What are you talking about right now? My God. Can you not be a human fucking being for 15 seconds?
That's right. And one of the things Moses is punished brutally by God for using power near the end of his...
And for thinking he has the power to actually make water come out of the rock.
Well, that it's dependent on him.
Oh, I thought that was Aaron for some reason. Was that Moses that did that? That struck the rock?
On him, not God.
Yeah. Well, and worse than that, not only on him, but on it. God tells him to invite with his words, and he uses force and authority, right? So he doesn't enter the promised land. So that's a good indication of the danger of power, even when wielded by someone who is estimable, right? Because you have to give most...
Estimable. Most of the words I know. But he keeps using... Some of them I don't. And that leads to me, having to, look shit up and everything, because they're esoteric words that haven't been used in 150 years or whatever. Why does he do this? It's a lot of buzzwords. Yeah, exactly.
When wielded by someone who is estimable, right? Because you have to give Moses his due.
A lot of credit.
Right, well, exactly.
For dealing with that.
Oh my God, he's so insufferable, dude.
Yeah, and then, of course, that's the temptation that's offered Christ. So I do think it's a power game.
Yes.
And then there's a commandment not to use God's name in vain. And then there's the comments in the Gospels about the Pharisees, right? The Pharisees are exactly the people who use religious terminology, so moral terminology, to cloak their power-seeking machinations, right? And Christ goes after them. I think the best account of that is in Matthew, where he tells them that they're like, it's pretty brutal, that they're like
broods of vipers. Yeah.
Worse, they're like graves full of rotting bodies that someone whitewashed, right? And he says that if they would have, they're the people, had they been alive in the time of the prophets they purport to follow, they would have been part of the mob that would have killed them, right?
Dude, I've completely lost the thread of what the fuck he's talking about now. I think he was talking about people that want power, but I'm just so fucking lost now. But I love how he's talking about like mobs that would have killed Jesus as people that are like, you know, he's speaking negatively about them when he absolutely would have been part of that mob beyond question.
Follow, they would have been part of the mob that would have killed them, right? That's actually part of, you may know this, but that's part of what sets them up for the crucifixion, right? Because they're not very happy with those insults publicly delivered.
Bro, what the fuck are you even talking about? I've completely lost the thread. Am I the idiot here? Maybe I'm the idiot.
But that shows you also how old the problem is. So you can imagine.
Bro, is this what I sound like? Do I sound like this when I just ramble randomly and go off in weird directions? I gotta work on that. It's insufferable, man.
One of the worst possible sins is to take the highest possible virtue. So that would be, well, we stand for the oppressed, we stand for the poor. And then.
Oh, is that a virtue? Standing for the poor and oppressed in your mind? That's virtuous? So you're saying that people who stand for that, but are more like, well, what's the word? That are more crooked about, they're not really actually looking out for the poor. You're saying that those people are really the evil ones, right?
Virtue. So that would be, well, we stand for the oppressed, we stand for the poor. And then to gerrymander that so that you're...
Gerrymander that? Why the fuck use that word in that context?
Oppressed, we stand for the poor. And then to gerrymander that so that your standing for that only pushes you towards power.
That's right.
Right. And so, and then it also, there's a clue in the Gospels, I think it's in the Gospels as well, about how you figure that out. And the answer is, by their fruits you will know them, right? So you look at, well, what I've done is I looked at the consequences, for example, of the green energy programs in Germany and the UK.
Okay. There is no downside to green energy programs in those places. Let's see what he says.
Well, what's the consequence? Let's take Germany. Germany pollutes far more per unit of energy than they did 10 years ago, and their energy prices are 5 times as high.
Well, hang on. So you're telling me that when we go with non-polluting clean energy, it pollutes more. Is that what you're trying to tell me? You're saying you think that pollution is a bad thing, but that using wind turbines instead of coal produces more carbon in the atmosphere? Is that what you're saying? Because that's what it sounds like you're saying to me. Am I misinterpreting? Once again, am I the idiot here?
Well, what's the consequence? Let's take Germany. Germany pollutes far more per unit of energy than they did 10 years ago, and their energy prices are 5 times as high. They're completely dependent on dictators of the worst sort.
Yes.
He's probably talking about Russia. Wow, I'm surprised that they're insulting Putin here. They use Russian gas to heat their homes in the winter, and they don't really have a choice about that. Europe does, unfortunately. They don't have a choice right now. That's just how it has to work. Until they build more nuclear power plants or something, that's what it is. Nord Stream pipeline. But I'm not seeing how that has anything to do with dependence on Russia. That's not clean energy. Using Russian gas, that's not clean energy. What are you going on about? You think that they just started using Russian gas? Where did you get this?
Is high. They're completely dependent on dictators of the worst sort.
Yes.
They continue to make the same mistakes. They're deindustrializing very, very cataclysmically. It's destabilizing their political environment, and that falls disproportionately on the poor.
The problems that he's describing are literally the result of pollution, polluting energy, and capitalism. And he's blaming, presumably, socialism and or communism. They're synonymous in his mind, I imagine. And he's blaming clean energy initiatives. This is why I believe that he knows exactly what he's saying. He knows he's completely full of shit. This is why I say he's a propagandist. He's not a misinformed sucker necessarily, on some things certainly. He is an outright liar, knowing liar, in my personal opinion, because of shit like this. Hey, just stop by. I hope all is well, man. Yeah, I appreciate that. Welcome, Icy Spin. Glad you're here. Glad to see you. Anyway, yeah, these people are just... This is just sad, man. For real. Wow, I'm getting a lot of people I haven't seen in a while. That's awesome. Icy Spin, Emily Sigmund, some others. Lukewarm Ninja. All right, let's see. I'm not actually seeing others that I recognize in the super chats, but yeah. Lots of old viewers. That's pretty cool. Okay, let's continue. Looks like I have not recovered from my AI discussion. People upset about that, I guess. I just don't see the problem with it, that's all. They categorized gas power plants as bridging technology, a halfway mark between coal and green energy. Interesting. I think a bridging energy would be more like nuclear power. I suppose in an ideal world, in my ideal world, you know, I don't actually have a problem with nuclear energy. I'm fine with it. Bernie Sanders, I understand, does not like nuclear energy, for example. I don't think there's anything wrong with nuclear energy. In fact, I think that it's going to be necessary to get us out of the pickle that we found ourselves in. You know, the energy pickle that we're in right now. I think it's going to be necessary. Dude, this is really frustrating. I can never find Yiga or whatever the fuck his name is. It's a dude, right? I think it's a dude. I'm actually having a way easier time with it than usual, though. This time around. If your channel gets pulled, how will we be able to buy things from your store? So, oh, yeah, that's a good point. Thank you so much for mentioning. I should have done this previously. Hold on. Oh, shit. I didn't add the store to the link. You can go to owenmorgan.com/shop, I believe. If my channel gets pulled, you can sign up for my newsletter. owenmorgan.com. I have a little newsletter thing there. I don't use the newsletter very often, but it's kind of a fallback last resort in case I need it. And every now and then I do post stuff to people's emails. I have a few thousand people on there. Hold on. Shop. Where is my shop? How did I... Bro, I guess I did not set this up. I completely forgot to set this up on this channel. All right, no sweat. I can fix it. Just take me 1 second here. Well, anyway, yeah, let's keep listening while I work on this.
I don't see a way around that analysis.
And nature worshiping is not anything new. All throughout the scriptures.
No, that's right.
Really, it's nature worship to not want to fucking pollute the environment like mad. Yeah. That is, yeah, that's definitely nature worship. 100%. These people are a fucking joke, bro, really. Dude, I think I just messed something up on here. That's not good. I hope I didn't accidentally just, like, disconnect my store from my main channel. That would suck. Having to reconnect it. Oh my god, I did disconnect it. Reads, fireside chat. I don't remember what I named this originally. For some reason, you cannot change the name of your YouTube channel ever when you start it. And Telltale Unfiltered used to be Telltale Rants. Yeah, that's it. Okay. We're good. And now add the main channel. Select all. Continue. And I think YouTube has to approve. Oh, it's connected now, I think. Unfiltered should be connected. Yes. Amazing. Okay. So you should be able to tag products. Let me just refresh the stream. 1 moment, please. Yes. Yeah, all right. Fantastic. Okay. I always wonder, like, should I advertise shirts, backpacks, mugs, hats? What should it be? I really like the mugs. Because everybody can enjoy a good mug, right? So I'm just gonna add some mugs here. And I'll add a t-shirt. And yeah, that'll work for now, I suppose. Backpacks. I have some other designs that I need to add. There we go. I just added them. So if you refresh the stream, you should see the products below, I believe. Imagine a world where humans never need to work again because AI does everything for us. People just do what makes them happy. Yeah, that would be good. But yeah, unfortunately, it will never work that way. What's his name? Stephen Hawking talked about that too long ago. Not about AI, but about technology generally. And we've found that there's still stuff to do. It's just that wealth is added to the country. Just like a lot of wealth compared to other countries. And in the United States, all of that wealth is going to the top, of course. I just want to pull up the stream so that I can look at how the products are tagged. If they are. Are they not tagged? Well, let me just open in a... Yeah, okay, they are. Products tagged below. Cool. That's interesting. I've never seen that before. Anyway, yeah, check out the products, my merch. I've been pushing my merch lately. I like stickers. Yeah, I should really get stickers. I haven't gotten those yet. I really like backpacks though a lot. I want to order like 100 backpacks of various sorts and maybe just like go next conference I go to just pass them out. I think that'd be fucking awesome, right? Actually I need to spend some money on some business stuff. I need to buy business cards for conferences and I need to buy some merch in all seriousness. Oop. Really hope one day we can live in a world like that. That would be awesome. Okay, cool. Let's continue.
Elijah, I mean, is that whole story is a manifestation of the nature worshipers versus the belief in God. But
Yeah.
back
All right, Elijah, I think is what he's talking about. Elijah was that prophet, quote unquote, that challenged the pagans to prove that their God existed. By the way, this is finally out of the little tutorial section of the game. I'm finally in the main game now. That was a long tutorial. Swag for the longest subscribers. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe I'll bring them and just give them out. I think that'd be the shit. Anyway, maybe I'll give them out and just take donations. If somebody wants to give me like $20 for it, then I'll take it. But just give them to people who want them, one per person. That'd be cool. Anyway, so in the story, Elijah challenges the pagans, and they set up an altar. And the pagans prayed all day and night to their pagan gods to light this fire. Basically, they set up a fire pit, and they prayed to light the fire. And it wasn't lighting, so Elijah prayed to Yahweh at noon or something the next day, and Yahweh lit the fire. And that's used as, like, evidence that God is real all the time. Anyway.
Yeah.
So just to reiterate a very profound point you made, in evangelical circles, we get wrong, which is people think do not take the Lord's name in vain, just to say do not say God in an expletive way. It actually, the word is don't carry the name's Lord.
Oh, here we go. Now he's becoming a fucking Bible scholar. Now he's looking at all of the past participles to try to understand nuance in this one thing. Interesting how he wants to understand nuance in this one very specific situation, right? But in no other situation. There's no nuance when it comes to, gender identity and all that stuff. Zero nuance to anything. Unless it's convenient, then there's nuance.
The name of the Lord in vain, meaning don't do actions in the name of God. So you're exactly right. And
I don't even think that's true. Maybe, but I've never heard that before. Something that I learned with this dude is that you need to look up literally everything. Everything. Even the most obvious things that you think are just straightforward and trivial. You gotta look it up. He is not trustworthy in any way.
So people wear the costume of the holy, or they appropriate.
Well, that's exactly what Christ tells the Pharisees. Literally, he says they wear the garbs of the priestly.
And we are,
yeah, that's why he said that.
Their moral status.
And this is what we believe is partially blaspheming the Holy Spirit, which is to take all of the trappings of religion.
Oh, that's interesting.
And to do evil in that name. We believe that is one of the, if not the most evil.
So that you think that's the transgression against. Okay, so that's interesting because, so my psychological understanding of the idea of the Holy Spirit is that the Holy Spirit is what possesses your words when you truly aim up. And this makes sense to me psychologically because the thoughts that make themselves manifest to you spontaneously are directly related to the intent of your aim. That's how literally how your verbal mind works, your imagination as well. You know, if you go on a date and you aim at sexual contact on the first date, the fact
he's such a square, dude. I don't know a better word to use to describe him. He's just a square.
Fantasies that come along with that aim will be of that nature, obviously. And if you are on the hunt, so to speak, for a marital partner, the fantasies that accompany that will be quite different. So this is literally how your imagination. It's also the case that, it's the same idea with the date. If it's short-term mating is your goal, which by the way is the goal of the dark tetrad types.
So you're telling me that like evil people want to sleep with others? You're telling me that they like... God, I got to come up with a good euphemism here. I got twig and berries as a euphemism. But what's a good euphemism for sleeping with somebody? Anybody got a really funny one? Hang on, let me see if I can find one. Hold on. I use the term twig and berries for... Is there a funny Is there a similarly funny euphemism? All right, let's see if we can get a good one. Bumping uglies, making the beast with two backs. I don't get that. Shakespearean and ridiculous. Okay. Playing hide the salami. That's good. Doing the horizontal mambo. Firing up the disco stick. I don't know what that is, but that's kind of funny too. Parking the car in the garage. Dancing the mattress jig. Riding the baloney pony. That's good. Riding the baloney pony. I'm a fan, actually. Rearranging the furniture. Churning the butter. Wrestling naked with socks on. I like churning the butter a lot. The devil's tango, yeah. People like smoking the devil's lettuce and then doing the devil's tango. Yeah, that's good. The baloney pony is nearly unmatched, though. That's really good, right? Teasing the cat. I've not heard that. I'm disturbed. Throwing a hot dog down a hallway. Yeah, I've heard that one too. Oh, that's funny. I'm a fan of that. I like riding the baloney pony a lot. I think I'm going to go with that moving forward. Okay, so this is why AI is useful, because I can't think of anything. So give me 5 more. And it helps. It helps with this. Here are 5 more. Checking the oil with a flesh dipstick. Okay. Hosting a pants party for 2. Test driving the love machine. Folding the laundry without clothes. Stuffing the turkey off season. Okay. Some of those are good, right? Smoking the baloney pony. Stirring the soup. Yeah, some of these are really funny. I'm going with baloney pony. Because that's absolutely unmatched. Playing or riding the baloney pony. Or smoking it. Yeah, that's good.
Differentially.
Okay, so one more time.
Same idea with the date. If it's short-term mating is your goal, which
I prefer riding the baloney pony. I'm making that a thing. We're gonna make that a thing moving forward. People who are sleeping together are trying to ride the baloney pony.
by the way, is the goal of the dark tetrad types differentially. So what that means is that the sexual revolution handed women over to the worst men.
So men who want to ride the baloney pony, or want somebody to ride aforementioned baloney pony, I suppose, are Machiavellian. What was it he said? Machiavellian, narcissistic, dark triad, evil people. Dude, what is wrong with you? Seriously. Why can't you just be a normal fucking human being? There's always got to be some ridiculous conspiracy. This is disgusting. It's like Jordan Peterson, the things that he says about psychology are factually accurate, but then when he goes off in some bizarre direction about like his interpretation of it and what he thinks people are doing and why they're doing it, it's just nonsense. It's nonsense all the way down. I prefer pepperoni. Yeah, but pepperoni doesn't... Wait. Pepperoni does rhyme with pony. Riding the pepperoni pony. That's good. Yeah. I like that one. That might be better than baloney pony. Riding the pepperoni pony. We'll have to see which one sticks. You know what? I'm gonna take a poll. Let's do a poll in YouTube. I can't do it on Twitch, but we'll do it on YouTube. Which is better? Riding the baloney pony. Riding the pepperoni pony. Let me add a couple of options too. What were some of the other good ones? Playing hide the salami is pretty funny, but I've heard of it. Churning the butter. This is like me calling people nutter butters of epic proportions. It's a good phrase that's not offensive, that's monetizer friendly, but communicates what I'm thinking adequately. So I've got to come up with this. This is going to be like this will be a channel-wide thing. When people come here, they're going to use this. And I'm going to make merch of it, too, probably. Oh, that's good. Riding the Baloney Pony merch. Or riding the Pepperoni Pony merch. Maybe just a piece of pepperoni riding a pony. That would be good, right? And then firing up the disco stick. Oop. Firing up the disco stick. Okay, start poll. Tell me which one is better. We'll figure it out. We'll get to the bottom of it. Let's see what we got. Early results. Riding the Baloney Pony is got 62%, an even split nearly. Damn. That's a popular one. Hanky Panky is okay. Yeah. Hey, Chandler Slesiak, another person that I haven't seen in a while. Good to see you guys. Hanky Panky isn't terrible, although it's a little bit dated. Like, it feels like it's from the 90s. I don't know. Shag is pretty good. Shag is pretty straightforward. Baloney Pony has got 67%. Pepperoni Pony, 22. We had 27 votes. Churning the butter is 7%. Firing up the disco stick is 4%. Interesting. I feel like churning the butter is actually, like, not the funniest one, but it feels like it's the most me, you know? It's like the most... it represents my channel and my personality the most accurately, it seems like. 59% say Baloney Pony. Okay. Okay, cool. Well, I'll have to make merch of it then. A pony being ridden by a piece of baloney. That, or just a pony that is in baloney. You know, the country baloney or Bologna or whatever the fuck you call it. Yeah. Firing up the disco stick is taking Viagra. Is that what it is? Interesting. I had never heard it before. That makes sense, though. I can see that. I was originally trying to say I prefer pepperoni over bologna. Oh. That works. All right, let's continue. I got to figure out how to do this one. I'm trying to remember.
So that's fun to know. But it's definitely the case that your aim determines what comes to mind. Now, you said that that sin against the Holy Ghost, which is the unforgivable sin, is the sin that occurs when you use the Lord's name in vain. So when you claim to be motivated by what's divine, but are actually serving the Luciferian spirit of usurpation and power.
Right. It can be. I mean, it's an open theological discussion.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
But I take Dennis Prager's view of an Old Testament on this view, which is, think about how much, this is a great example. Think about how much damage those evil priests did.
Oh, yeah.
That's a great example.
Look, most of the people that I've spoken with who proclaim...
Okay, I'm not sure which specific priest he's referring to, but Dennis Prager's a total scumbag, dude. He's a Christian nationalist who is Jewish, like Jewish religiously, bizarrely. I wouldn't expect like Christian nationalists to be anything but Christian, but okay. A pony made of baloney. Yeah, that's good. We'll come up with some really good merch ideas for this, 100%. And I'll create them, and you guys can check them out next stream. If I can create them tonight. I'm not sure. We'll see. Creating merch takes fucking forever. Anyway. Doing good, bro. Let me go home early from work at McDonald's because the labor was high. Yep, I've been there. I know. They used to send me home because of high labor, too. Been up since 5 a.m. Took an hour nap when I got home. Yeah, I always loved going home early. It was like the best, dude. You know, my boss... Oh. YouTube crashed on me. My boss, Rick, XJW, Pentecostal nutcase. I can hear his voice now saying, Owen, go home. Like, fuck yes. Just sitting there praying to Jehovah that labor would be too high. I'm just trying to rearrange my windows. Okay, here we go. Let's continue. A pony and baloney packaging. That's good, too. An Oscar Mayer pony.
Themselves to be atheists. Are atheists...
Ooh, I got it. One more time. Let me just step back a little.
Damage those evil priests did.
Oh, yeah.
That's a great example.
Look, most of the people that I've spoken with who proclaim themselves to be atheists are atheists for two reasons. And I mean the good faith.
Oh, here we go. Let me guess what they are. Because they were hurt by a bad church and they got angry at God. Now they hate God because somebody was mean to them. Or, what's the second reason? There's got to be another second good reason that he's going to lay down for us, right? What are the two reasons people give for why people are atheists? Because they're foolish and they've never witnessed a miracle. Because they never believed it in the first place or something, right?
Atheists, let's say. First of all, they tend to be tilted in the engineering cognition direction, so they're much more oriented towards things than people, and that's a stable temperamental trait.
What? They're oriented toward things instead of people. What the fuck do you mean by that? What does that mean? I don't understand.
But they've almost all also invariably been hurt.
Told you, didn't I tell you? I said that was what it was going to be.
By someone or some institution that's claimed to be religious. And then you could also see that...
That's right.
Oh, yeah, so, but the institution isn't actually religious, you see. Jehovah's Witnesses aren't actually religious people. They just pretend to be religious people, you see. Come on, brother. Get a grip on reality. This is such a joke. Why do they do this? Every fucking time, man. Heck yeah, going home early is awesome, especially since I work every day this week until the weekend. Got a whole weekend off for the first time in a while. That is nice. I've found that like Monday and Tuesdays are usually my weekend because I've finished the streams. I've done all of my editing and everything, and it's all good to go until Wednesday. Then it's back to work. I don't mind my work, though. I hated working at Burger King for the most part.
Obviously betraying someone in Dante's account of the Inferno, when he goes down to the bottom of hell, he finds the betrayers right next to Satan,
yes,
right?
Judas.
Yeah, Dante, I believe his book was Divine Comedy, and there was a chapter in there called Inferno. And that's where a lot of people think we got our perception of hell was from there, because the Bible doesn't describe hell like that at all. In fact, the Bible doesn't even mention hell. There are a couple of instances of the use of the word hell. Those are not originally in the Bible. Those aren't supposed to be in there. But actually, Dante's book, Divine Comedy, it got its bit about hell. It got it from the Apocalypse of Peter, which predated Inferno by like a lot. Inferno came along. I'm not sure when Inferno came along, but the Apocalypse of Peter was like it was within a very short period of time after Jesus. Like I think it was like within 150 years, I think, or something like that, of Jesus. And it pretty accurately described what we understand today to be hell. I wrote about it in my book, Understanding Jehovah's Witnesses.
Crassus and Brutus.
Right,
all
right.
Three of them.
Okay, so the idea
the lake of ice, which is
right. That's where Satan is encased, right? Because he's too brittle to move.
Yeah. What if I told you there's a time?
Oh my God, dude! Fatty 15, really? Fatty 15 is the name of this product. All right, let's just jump forward here. We're not doing fatty ads. Thank you.
So the reason for that, I think, is that there isn't a more upsetting psychological phenomenon than being betrayed. You stake yourself on someone, you trust them, they're now a foundation, they're part of the foundation of your life.
Completely.
Oh, so, and there's no worse form of betrayal than betrayal that's done in the name of the highest good.
I don't agree with that. I think there are worse things than betrayal. Betrayal's bad, of course, but there are definitely worse things than that. first of all. And second, betrayal in the name of good? I'm not sure what you mean by that exactly. And why that would be worse than any other form.
Right. I mean, there can't be, obviously.
Yes.
Okay, so, all right. So I thought that sin against the Holy Ghost was something like rejection of the Abrahamic call. You know, God comes to Abraham as the spirit of adventure. He says, go out into the world, leave your zone of comfort, move away from your people, and have the terrible adventure of your life. Well, if you reject that, you can't develop.
Yes.
So the grieving of the Holy Spirit, according to Jehovah's Witnesses, is the only unforgivable sin. If you, and in their mind, it is refusing to come back to God, basically. Oh my God, I hit the wrong button. It's knowing the truth and refusing it. So say I get baptized as a Jehovah's Witness, and then I get disfellowshipped, though I know that it's true, because I was baptized, and that's evidence that I know it's true, because I never make mistakes or get baptized at 7 years old or anything. If I get baptized and then disfellowshipped, then I'm grieving the Holy Spirit because I know that it's true. That's the point. That's what it's all about. Are you shitting me right now, really? Oh my God. This one is really frustrating, but I really need the rupees.
Right, because you're rejecting the spirit of
and
learning
think of how many
yourself.
young men are rejecting it every day.
Well, what's terrible about that, this is something we could talk about too. I'm curious about your experience.
Okay.
It's been my experience that it doesn't take that much encouragement for the people you're describing to be inspired to try. Now, I've talked to thousands of young men now who've had that experience, you know, like I see a lot of them at my lectures. They come to the meet and greets, for example, and they tell me, it's great. It's really great. They tell me that.
Dude, this one is really hard to get. Oh my God. I didn't know he's still holding lectures. Well, I guess he like does things like events, right? Is that what he's referring to? Like doing events with people or whatever? Like getting up on stage?
You know, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, because it's starting to be a long time now, 8 years ago even, they were not in good shape. And they came across my lectures or books and decided that there was something worth aiming for, and then decided to try. So
again, like Peterson's psychology, his understanding of psychology is totally sound. It's when he starts interpreting what all of that psychology means that it just goes off the rails. And he also shoves in there like completely false shit all the time. Like he'll say, God, what was one of, he said there's a bunch of literature on psychogenic episodes dating back hundreds of years. Psychogenic episode being mass hysteria, like a mental illness that spreads not through a virus or bacteria, but just by being around somebody. Like there's a case of a whole town that just randomly started dancing and nobody had any idea why they were dancing or how to stop it or anything. And it was viewed as a psychogenic episode. That was the study. And he claims that psychogenic episodes he claims that psychogenic episodes are the root cause of people being trans. And that we have literature that like has, we've been studying it for, oh, that's a golden bee. I've been looking for that. I definitely want it. Those are wait, is it a golden bee? No, it's not a golden bee. Damn, I thought it was. Disregard. Anyway. He says we've been studying this for hundreds of years. No. There's literature. There is a study, loosely defined as study, from 200 years ago that talks about this town of people dancing and how they must have caught a virus or something. A study from 200 years ago. Really, think about how he misrepresents that. That's absurd on so many levels. That's what I'm talking about when I say Jordan Peterson is completely full of shit with most of the stuff he talks about. It's like a bowl of M&Ms and 10 of them are poisoned. You don't know which things he's saying that are just completely fabricated out of the ether.
So to tell the truth, that's a very common vow, let's say, to take on more responsibility. And they usually laugh about starting to make their bed or something like that, which is a lot less trivial than people think. And then it's straighten them out. The terrible thing is how little encouragement that actually took. And so why are people coming out to see you on campuses, and what kind of response do you get from the people that you talk to?
Well, they're coming out because he's famous, and everybody wants to meet a famous person, right? And also they're gullible suckers that fell for his propaganda. And honestly, you know, it's not even about them being gullible suckers. People don't have to be gullible suckers to fall for what Charlie Kirk has to lay down. I fell for anti-SJW shit years ago. I had a whole bunch of beliefs about, like, SJWs being, like, harmful to society and all this other stupid shit. I mean, that shit gets you, you know?
Responses have been incredible. First, the crowds alone, we're drawing crowds of 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people in.
Unfortunately, I believe that.
The middle of the day, just for me to debate a random college kid or a college professor. It's remarkable.
So walk me through one of those events, Charlie.
And so I've been doing that for a decade. So I started, as we know, we started Turning Point USA. One of the things I really wanted to make sure is that I was in touch with the target audience that I was trying to convince and trying to persuade. No better way to do that than just go to the college campus itself, set up a card table with, you know, maybe a poster that says something like, you know, I think government should be smaller, something like that, and start a discussion. I would do this at University of Wisconsin-Madison.
He doesn't start a discussion, he propagandizes to them for, like, nonstop. And his propaganda is, like, deeply insidious. His whole strategy is to completely remove nuance from every conversation, but zero in on it when it's beneficial to him. For example, he'll be debating somebody on whether feminism has been beneficial to people, to society. And he'll say, women self-report that they are happier today than in the 1950s, when being a housewife was assumed and they couldn't get jobs or whatever else, so they didn't work outside the home. And he says, as a result, we should move back to a society where that is the norm. He's completely ignoring all nuance. He's stripping it all away, and he's looking at two possibly fabricated metrics. I have no idea. I haven't looked the studies up myself. And he says being a housewife is correlated and thus caused, or I'm sorry, he looks at a study and says happiness is correlated and thus caused by being a housewife. That's all fine and dandy if that were true, but people have the choice of being a housewife now if they want to be, or a house man, or whatever, if they want to. In the 50s, they didn't have that choice. First of all. And second, we don't even know if being a housewife was the thing that caused or affected happiness in any way. I have no reason to believe that. Again, nobody is stopping you. Be a housewife if you want. It's about freedom. He strips away all nuance and zeroes in on these two propagandistic things. That's it. That has been his strategy since day one, and it's vile.
I would do this at University of Illinois when we had almost no funding, no connections, no idea what I was doing.
Right.
I've always believed in the grassroots interaction. Similar to your meet and greets.
Yeah, they're important. Grassroots interactions for sure. Door knocking, stuff like that.
No data, no chart, no abstraction can get to that personal human-to-human contact. So I've been doing that for many years, and then Steven Crowder, to his credit, kind of popularized this idea of debating and putting it on. I said, oh, well, why don't I also film these interactions? And so I started to do that around 2018. So it's been about 7 or 8 years now. And, you know, then
Charlie Kirk and Steven Crowder are openly racist people. Like, Charlie Kirk says things like, quote unquote, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to wonder if he's qualified. There's nothing but racism in that all the way down. It's vile.
10 kids would show up and then 20 kids. And we started to put these on the internet, and kind of concurrent and simultaneous to your rise, where you diagnosed what was going on in the West quicker and more accurately than anybody else, especially with young men. We started to see our popularity increase as we started to address some of the underlying problems that young people were facing, but in particular, young men were facing. And then COVID happened, and we were basically out of business for, you know, a year, in the sense where we weren't able to do campus activities. Donald Trump was no longer in office, and we had to really kind of rebuild on campus basically about 2 years ago. So let's just say the spring of 2023, things really started to change, where we would do these campus events prior, and we would bring in your traditional conservatives, 300 to 400 people, maybe a couple 100 interested types, maybe 50 liberals, 500 students, call it a day. That's a success. All of a sudden in 2023, we were drawing a different type of person and student.
Yeah, unfortunately, they had to completely rebuild. Like a lot of these organizations, student-affiliated organizations, they had to rebuild everything. Like the SSA, for example, I'm a board member on there now. They had to rebuild everything from the ground up. They had, I believe, hundreds of chapters across the country, at least one chapter in every state. COVID hits, they get cut into a third of what they once were. Now they have like 40 instead of like 150 or something. Those aren't correct numbers. They're just like giving an example of how much it fell. It was dramatic. So, yeah, it doesn't surprise me that Charlie Kirk had to rebuild. And it also doesn't really surprise me that he freaked out about COVID and tried to convince people to like come back to schools and stuff, because his whole organization hinged on people going to school. Fascinating.
First of all, we were drawing people outside of the campuses that were welders, electricians, and plumbers, and the working men that heard that we were in town, and they just
Yeah, because you see, people in college, they don't work. It's not hard to go to college. It's super easy, right? Barely an inconvenience, if you will. You just show up and you sit in a classroom and they talk about gender, and then you go home and you play video games, and that's it. That's how college is, right? That's what Charlie Kirk has told me.
Here.
Social media.
Okay.
And so decentralized promotion. And so they would show up. And I saw that. I mean, these were guys that would go up to the question line, and they were not asking about Rousseau, or they were not asking about Jacques Derrida.
Yeah.
They were saying, how do I be a better person because I'm expecting a daughter in 6 months?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And all of a sudden, here I am, you know, not in the position where you are, nearly as seasoned to give advice to that young man, but he's searching and he's looking for anyone that seems to have an idea of how the world is supposed to work, that is professing a worldview of order and structure and discipline.
Something that he could do.
Yes, and then he was looking to me for advice, and that was a different dynamic. Whereas prior, all the questions the last 8 years before that were, hey, Charlie, what do you think about the tax rate? What do you think about abortion?
Right.
And I still get a lot of that, but it was something different. It was young men especially that were seeking purpose and seeking a destination.
So this is crucially important, this transformation, because one of the things that, so let's go back to that 60s dynamic, that anti-authoritarian 60s dynamic. No, the role of the left in the 60s was like an entrepreneurial progressive radicalism, let's say.
Emily Sigmund, modern studies show that single women and married men are the happiest demographics. Interesting. The bottom line that I think that Emily Sigmund is pointing out, and that I'm pointing out too, is that there's nuance to this that Charlie Kirk just wants to completely ignore. That there are a billion reasons and explanations and whatever to this situation that Charlie Kirk wants to make black and white and ignore completely. It's a black and white issue. People were happier in 1950 than they are now. I wonder, I mean, that's simply not true, obviously, but I wonder if he factored in members of the black community in that calculation, or if it was just white housewives.
And the stance of the conservative was, well, you know, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater, guys. And that's a pretty good dynamic because you need a force for change and you need a force that resists that. But I think, you see, I think what the conservatives did wrong, like profoundly wrong, was that their breaks. This is why they're always dismissed as reactionary. Their breaks.
Well, they are reactionary. Like, this isn't a dismissal necessarily. They should be dismissed if they're reactionary, but they are reacting to culture war issues with no substance. That's reactionary. So there are no breaks, he says?
Their breaks. This is why they're always dismissed as reactionary. Their breaks, B-R-A-K-E-S, their breaks were fundamentally, they're also moralistic. It was finger wagging. And this is something that...
Really? Yes, that's the entire conservative platform. It has been since day one. Finger wagging. You know, Nazis were conservative. The fascist party in Italy was conservative. Conservative isn't always bad. I guess it depends on like how intensely conservative you are or the ways in which you're conservative. But all these movements were conservative, and they're all finger wagging. That's all they do. It's finger wagging, telling you you're not doing the right thing. You got to be better. You got to get married and have some kids and all this other stuff. And if you don't, then you are contributing to the downfall of Western civilization. How can you possibly sit here and complain about finger wagging, really, with a straight face?
Was distasteful, let's say, especially about the hypocritical evangelical conservative types.
I agree with that.
Okay, but it was also strategically inappropriate because it's very hard to say to young people who might tilt in the progressive direction, because they're a little more revolutionary in spirit, let's say, or also a little more immature, that the reason that to abstain sexually, for example, is because you shouldn't do it. Now that's true, but it's a weak argument.
It is? It's true that you shouldn't ride the baloney pony? I'm making it a thing. It's going to happen. It's true you shouldn't ride the baloney pony? Who told you that? Where'd you hear that?
You know, I was talking to my wife this morning about this. We'd been apart for a few days, and I saw her again yesterday, and I was very happy about that.
No time to ride the baloney pony until yesterday. Okay, go on. I'm with you.
And she has a podcast. She's trying to reach out to young women because they're just as or more trouble.
They're in more
men.
turmoil.
They're just harder to talk to by a lot.
Women, right?
Our discussion centered around the fact that it isn't that you should get married, although you should. It's that there is no alternative that's anywhere near as good by any standard whatsoever, regardless of position of analysis or time length.
I have a kid just walked into the room here. There's a kid here. The kid says hello. Any responses? H-U-L-L-O, period. Hello. Yeah. She's waving. Okay, go ahead. Camera is right here. And you can see its field of view right here. Yeah, there you go. Stand behind.
Hi.
This is Alpha 40. How's it going, Alpha 40? Anything interesting going on?
Not really. My bangs are a mess right now.
Let me see if I can zoom out as much as I can zoom out. Bangs are a mess, you say?
Yeah.
I think they're fine.
They're all separated. I need to shower.
Okay. People say, hey, Alpha 40. You know that Alpha 40 sometimes gets into the comments on Twitch and people don't even realize that it's Alpha 40?
Yeah.
It's kind of odd.
It's really fun.
She says it's fun. You don't get on there and troll people, do you?
No, I just say hi and ask what's
Okay.
up.
You don't tell people that, like, you're a Trump supporter and that you... Whatever. Whatever other stupid thing.
I think that that's a dumb thing to do.
Oh. Trolling people?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Are you watching Kirk?
Yeah. Charlie Kirk.
Personal story. I'll watch that later.
Yeah, it's with Jordan Peterson. Yeah. Alpha Force Zero seems to be a fan of watching Charlie Kirk and making fun of it, I guess. I haven't set up my second microphone yet because I don't have a stand for it. I do have a stand for it, but it's a tripod. But once I set up a stand for it, maybe you can come in and contribute to the conversation. Yeah. It's a little bit late to do that today, but I could probably have it set up for tomorrow if you wanted. I need my other camera, though, if you want to have a camera on you.
I got clips of him, of Charlie Kirk being absolutely destroyed by college
hello
students.
there, kitty. Hi, Mickey. Yeah, I pulled those up. I didn't actually... You talking about the ones you sent me?
No, I got...
Oh.
I'm getting new ones now today. There was one...
Miki, you can't be here. I don't know if they can hear you. I'm not sure. Go on. Here, come and speak into the microphone and we'll trade off. Go on, Miki. Go. Oh. Can you get her?
Hi, sweetie.
There you go. Thanks.
There was a clip. I'm like barely not in frame. So there was a clip where Charlie Kirk got absolutely destroyed by some college students, and they were debating DNA, and he was saying how it's magic and how a child developing is magical and beautiful and amazing. And the guy was like, it's not magical. We know what it is. If it was magic, we wouldn't understand that it's just two cells fusing together. I thought that clip was really interesting, and I'll find it again later and send it to him.
Yeah, I've been covering some of the clips that she's sending me, and I have there's a dude named James Tallarico that she sent a bunch of his clips to me. And I'm familiar with Tallarico. I don't know, I haven't covered him in a long time, but he's really cool.
Oh. I don't really have much more input.
Oh, okay. Anyway, okay, Alpha Force Zero are going to go off and do Alpha Force Zero related activities. And I'm going to finish this up.
Okay, let me know when you're done because
Okay.
I got to talk to you about stuff.
Alrighty, I'll be done in a minute. Actually, I guess I'll end it here because it's, hang on.
Wait, but let me show you the cat.
Okay, there's a cat. See the cat?
Wait, this way. Cat, Cashmere, hi,
See him?
baby.
He's such a douchebag, this cat is. Oh my god, he is a douche. Anyway, let me know what you guys think about it in the comments. Jordan Peterson, Charlie Kirk, honestly, I say this with no hate in my heart, the most vile scumbags alive, just about. It's hard to beat. All right, talk to you guys later. Thanks for coming. And thank you guys so much for the super chats and everything. Later, everybody.